Good morning, everybody. Very welcome, dear conference guests, dear speakers, dear organizers, dear friends. It's my great pleasure to welcome you this morning here at Humboldt University to share, discuss, and reflect with us the theme of this conference named De-heimatizing Belonging. This conference is a joint cooperation between Gorky Theatre and Humboldt University, taking place in the context of the annual Gorky Herbstsalon. We, as the Institute, Berlin Institute for Integration and Migration Studies, are going to host you today on behalf of the Humboldt University, and had a very great time to organize and plan everything with Shermin Langhoff, with Bilgin Ayata, Manuela Boyadjiev, Julia Roth, Gabriele Dietze, Emilia Reuk, Rebecca Einwohner, and all the organizing teams of the Gorky. This conference will discuss varieties of belonging and the idea of de-heimatization. Bilgin Ayata, who introduced this concept already yesterday night in the prologue, opened the discussion at the Gorky Cube. My name is Naika Forutan. I am Professor for Integration Studies and Social Policy here at Humboldt University, and I am also co-director at the Berlin Institute for Integration and Migration Studies, in short, BIM. From our research perspective at the BIM, the topic of belonging is a crucial one in pluralized democracies, especially in times when nationalistic narratives question not only concepts of symbolic belongings, but sometimes even the right to live. How much do we want to put our bodies in risk these days? How much do we dare to claim our right to belong beyond the traditional models of blood and ancestry? Heimat in today's landscape is not an innocent term, but an interplay of exclusion and racism. This is something that we would want to discuss today with you. Our institute, BIM, is primarily doing empirical research on topics of migration, integration, and refuge. We do that by applying quantitative and qualitative methods, social psychology approaches, experimental studies, and a variety of different and sometimes even conflicting theories. Moreover, we unite different disciplines ranging from sociology, political science, ethnology, sports science, economics, education science, and medicine. So this transdisciplinary approach is challenging, but it allows us also to somehow get beyond established narratives, and it's always very helpful to have some data in your bag to try to convince majority ideas, or maybe try to reframe them, what is also kind of our job. What we're trying to share in this institute is a common paradigm which postulates that migration and integration do not only affect the immigrants, but are deeply embedded into the self-descriptions of contemporary societies, not only in the global north. So we live in post-migrant societies, to use the term Shermin Langhoff claimed 10 years ago, where a lot of traditional, somehow everlasting ideas are deeply questioned. This happens with religion, this happens with the idea of gender, and it also happens with the term of Heimat. Heimat can be many things, as we know, and for some people it can be a lot at the same time. The question of belonging is a central element, and we will not talk about the private aim and the private right to feel or love Heimat or something like this, but it's mainly about how Heimat is used in the political context to exclude others. Heimat affects especially, or the discourses on Heimat affect especially, but not only, people with a migration background, because also when leaving the country of origin, the notion of Heimat changes to them. While we discuss somehow reframings or de-heimatizing concepts, to some of them, Heimat is a very new and a very concept they still long for, or they long for decades. We tried to somehow discuss that yesterday concerning the issue of the Kurdish Rojava and the idea of their right to statehood. Different systems of reference meet when we talk about Heimat. We had a study on this issue 10 years ago, and we could see that the first generation a lot of times still stick to the idea of Heimat as the place where one comes from, so it's a quite local place. For the second generation, Heimat becomes more a place of belonging or a place of idea, and for the third generation, it's mainly an idea of inventing traditions. New traditions to stick to the new Heimat, or reinventing traditions of the old Heimat or the old country of their parents or grandparents. A decade ago, we decided to do an empirical study on the topic of belonging here at Humboldt University because we wanted to know how people describe this idea of belonging when they are very much under pressure. We carried out a study that we called Heimat with Why. And this why for us was the notion of hybridity. Heimat at that time was an abbreviation for hybrid European Muslim identity models, actors of transition. But of course it was already a claim for opening up rigid concepts of belonging and acknowledgement. 10 years later, we're still dealing with Heimat, and Bilgin Ayata said it yesterday. It seems like this notion and this idea has conjunctures. It is sometimes off, sometimes on, but it's never away. In our empirical study, we focused on people with a Muslim background here in Germany and with German citizenship, and we wanted to know about their hybridization procedures, their performative strategies, and their coping mechanisms in times where Muslims already were very much under attack. We were facing public debates at that time in Germany where Muslims in this country were confronted with ideas that said that their group would never be capable of improving because of their low genetical predisposition. Those of you in this room who are familiar with this discussion will remember the book of the former financial secretary Thilo Sarrazin and all the discussions here in the public realm. Based on qualitative interviews, we somehow tried to typologize 4 concepts of Heimat to these people. And we already then could see what everyone knows, that Heimat means always something different to one person or to another, but somehow we could see that there are people who could deal quite easily with the idea of mono-belongings by answering us that they would call themselves explicitly German and would not want to be addressed as others, or vice versa. They also would say they would call themselves explicitly as Turkish, Irani, Egyptian, whatsoever, and even though they had the German passport, to them, mono, identical, and exclusive ideas were very important to find their place in society. We called these people Einheimisch. I know it sounds different to what the concept of Einheimisch, which means native, means, but to us, this was the idea of a mono-belonging. The second group that we identified through these interviews, we called them Mehrheimisch, or somehow multi-homed or multi-native. And we could see that there were some kind of additive elements dealing with identity and playing with identities of different places at the same time. The third group described their identity as nicht heimisch or kein heimisch, we called them, non-homed or non-native. It's very difficult to translate this Heimat concept into English. But what we could see is that there was a multiple non-affiliation. People denied to be called a national attribute. They said, I am a woman, or I am a cosmopolitan person, or I am I, for example. So just transitive attributions of identity. And then we found a fourth group, and we saw that this group is very much one group that is talked about, and we called this group Neuheimisch, or somehow new-homed, or neo-native, if you want. So what we could see was that they described a mainly transnational idea of belonging. We had kind of statements like, for years I thought I had to decide whether I'm German or whether I'm Moroccan. Now I say I'm a Muslim and that feels right. So we could see that identity also transnationalizes, goes beyond the idea of citizenship, and this somehow we compared that to the Kommunistische Internationale, communist international movement, where also the idea was something that could give identity beyond national lines. So whereas we tried to give an insight in this study to the complexity and diversity connected to the individual concepts of Heimat, and especially to the moment of finding belonging when narratives of anti-Muslim hatred are very strong in society, Heimat nowadays seems to have increasingly become a political slogan, what I said before, for nationalistic and exclusive discourses, especially in right-wing populist parties, but not only there. So it seems to have developed into a metaphor to escape the dilemma of ambiguity and hybridization. When 10 years ago we did this study, there was somehow the idea that societies that are deeply heterogenized and pluralized will get hybridized more and more. We all have the impression that this idea is mainly turning backwards into the idea that hybridization or heterogeneity is something that is deeply non-correct in societies, and that there is a vast population group that tries to rethink ideas of homogeneity, even up to the idea of putting politics into work for a kind of remigration, which is really something that you can see in the program of the AfD. And remigration means send back the immigrants that are already here, or those people who are marked or described or perceived as immigrants. So a feeling, an emotion is called up in which everything makes sense, where everything has its place, its origin, and this place is a local place, and this place is the place where German identity is an identity without those who are described as others. So the debate on Heimat is primarily based on questions about a common past and roots of a supposedly homogeneous group that shares this past since ever. Questions such as where do we come from and how did we become what we are dominate the Heimat debates instead of creating a space for a progressive discourse devoted to the questions of society and to the question of how we would want to be and how we can live together in an increasingly plural society. So instead of looking forwards, it's mainly a backwarded discourse. So losing our identity as Germans is a major aspect of these deconstructive discourses, or this challenging moment that we would want to take into this conference. Can we deconstruct the idea of Heimat, or is it so dominant that there is no possibility of de-heimatizing instead of in these rooms? And if it is in these rooms, and if it is start here, what would be strategies to also get that out? So before we start the first panel, let me just briefly tell you how we thought this conference to take place today. We're discussing in 3 panels. Each panel has a panel chair. The first panel will be chaired by Bilgin Ayata, so she can introduce more widely into this concept. The second panel will be hosted by Manuela Boyadjiev, and there we will rethink concepts of Heimat and belonging in times of digitalization. And the third panel will be hosted by Gabriele Dietze and Julia Roth, where we also discuss and connect the idea of Heimat to right-wing populists and to gender identity concepts. So now I would pass the microphone to Rebecca Einwohner from Gorki Theater so that she also could introduce on behalf of the Gorki, and I wish us all a very fruitful and intellectual, thoughtful, and debating day. Very, very welcome on behalf of Humboldt University and BIM.
Thank you very much, Naika. Welcome, everybody. Our first panel will be hosted by Professor Bilgin Ayata. Hi, Kang Sang. And will further develop and discuss the concept of de-heimatized belonging, which Professor Ayata introduced in yesterday's prologue to the conference. From several perspectives, Professor Bilgin Ayata and her invited panelists will explore the role of racism in the conceptualizations of Heimat and the persistency of the practices of exclusion, oppression, and conquest around the world. The panel will ask what the preconditions for modes of belonging beyond past and current forms of racialized homeland conceptions could be. Please welcome Bilgin Ayata, Professor of Political Sociology at the University of Basel, Switzerland, and Mercator Fellow at Free University of Berlin. She obtained a PhD in political science at Johns Hopkins University and is currently working on 2 research projects exploring the concept of affective citizenship. In another research project, she investigates the EU's migration management in the Mediterranean. Ayata has worked extensively on socio-political transformation processes with a focus on migration as well as protest movements, transnationalism, and memory. In addition to her research and teaching activities, she has been a curator and organizer of political and decolonial interventions. Please welcome Professor Ayata.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this kind and extensive introduction. Thank you also, dear Naika, for your opening words, and thank you to the entire team, which has been dedicatedly working to make this conference happening. It has been already a very lively start yesterday, opening of the conference of this Herbstsalon, which for the first time, I think, then also has introduced now this concept of an academic or discursive program, and the cooperation so far has been really very exciting and wonderful, so thank you again for the Humboldt team to make this happening. I am part, as Rebecca was just saying, I'm currently a fellow at the FU Berlin, where I'm part of a research Sonderforschungsbereich, the research. Well, how do we translate this correctly into English? Yeah, it's cluster doesn't reflect it all, but yeah, a larger intervention, a larger collaboration of more than 70 scholars who have been working already 4 years on the notion, on the role of affect and emotion in societies. So of course, this topic of belonging has been extremely important in these debates. I think what we will do here today is pick up on some of already the very rich scholarship that has been done both here at the Humboldt and also at the FU to take stock also of the political debates that this term Heimat has been so prominently then both unleashed and also responded to. In this very first panel, as Rebecca already outlined, we would like to address and look more specifically at the role of racialization and racism when we speak about Heimat. Is it actually possible to think beyond also forms of racialization on this notion of home, homeland, and Heimat? And for this, I'm very excited to have wonderful guests, of whom 2 are here in person and 1 will join us via Skype. I would like to, if possible, already invite my guests here to come to the front and sit at the panel so that we can be here all together. So please welcome Robbie Shilliam and Fatima El-Tayeb. Thank you.
I would like to right away in the beginning introduce all of you and then separately introduce our third guest who cannot be here, and I will also then say why. So I'm very, very happy that we could win for this first panel Fatima El-Tayeb, whose work is, I'm sure, known to all of you. She has been one of the very early, if one can say now, and for the past decades, a very early scholar and critic who has been already dealing on the notion of race and Heimat with regard to German identity. In her first book that was published in 2011, she took the notion up of Black Germans, race and national identity from 1890 to 1933, and the topic, the engagement with the role of race and racialization in the Heimat concept has been a steady component, I would say, in your work, and has inspired also in many ways alternative critiques and thinking to approach this notion, both not only with regard to Germany, but also to Europe. In her second book, European Others, Queering Ethnicity in Post-National Europe, she has expanded this analysis on Germany on the wider European scale, and in her latest contribution, I think you once again take exactly, put your finger exactly again on those exactly on the notions of exclusion and access to the notion of Heimat and the nation. The book is entitled Un-German, Undeutsch, the Construction of Otherness in the Post-Migrant Society, as we just heard. So thank you very much for being here. I would also, and Fatima El-Tayeb has been teaching and working from the US. She is a professor for literature and ethnic studies at the University of California in San Diego, but she keeps coming back, let's say, to Europe frequently and engages still not only with her scholarly work, but also with her intellectual and activist interventions in various movements, both in Berlin and beyond, I would say. Please also welcome Robbie Shilliam, who's also not here for the first time in Berlin. We had met, I think, right after the Bebop conference, where you already had come and shared your work that is also going along the notions, both the role of race and racism, not just only with particular nations, but the role of race and racism in international relations, which is where your widest contributions are. He has been on the forefront of bringing in and making the topic of race and racism more and more a central topic for analysis on the political global order. In his first book, however, he began with German thought, which is always something I keep nagging him about when we see each other. So German thought and international relations in 2009, the rise and fall of a liberal project was his first intervention, where already the notion of race and racism figures in very prominently, which then he developed further in his second monograph, Black Pacific Anti-Colonial Struggles and Oceanic Connections, where he looked much more on the transatlantic responses and anti-colonial struggles. In his most recent monograph from 2018, Race and the Undeserving Poor, from Abolition to Brexit, Robbie came back again a little bit to the UK, which we will also probably hear more now in his presentation about, but in his wider, beyond that, he has also, as I said, contributed quite widely on the role of racism in international relations and the international order. He's currently a professor of international relations at Johns Hopkins University, where he teaches also on the topics of anti-colonial connections and political economy and South-South relations. So our third speaker is Eren Keskin, who cannot be here today as in opposition to our hopes that there would be some political changes in Turkey, that she could participate in person. She is not permitted to leave the country, but as I said, I would rather introduce her separately when we will establish a Skype call with her after Fatima El-Tayeb's talk. So please welcome Fatima El-Tayeb and her intervention. Thank you.
Morning. Thank you very much, Bilgin, for the introduction and also for the invitation, and thank you to Humboldt and Gorky for making this possible. And thank you all for coming out this morning. While I was quite excited about the invitation, I have to admit that I was a little bit at a loss initially when I was thinking about, well, I'm at a loss here too, when I was thinking about the term Heimat. Because Heimat, on the one sense, is not something that I use. There's not really a place that I would call Heimat. But in another sense, of course, it's the impetus for most of my work, maybe. So in a sense, Heimat for me evokes the feeling of being made strange, out of place, foreign, exactly where I should feel most at home. And why that is so, and why it is an experience that I share with thousands of others growing up in Germany and other parts of Europe, is a question that has been a major focus of my research. So I could say that my work, my scholarship, is rooted in identity politics, which obviously right now is not a very popular term, but I'm talking about the experience of inhabiting an impossible identity, that of being a European of color, or more specifically, a Black German. Growing up, it was conveyed to me constantly and strongly that these two things do not go together. As to the why, that was barely an issue. The fact was too obvious to require much of an explanation. If I was Black, then clearly I was not German. That correlation remained valid even if my claim to have been born in Germany, and when I was very young, I was polite enough to answer those endless questions, unfortunately. So even if my claim to being born in Germany was accepted by my interrogators, they simply continued to inquire where I was really from. And the reason I'm telling you this is that it's part of a rather rigid script that is triggered by the presence of racialized Europeans who all have to go through many variations of this dialogue, or rather monologue, because the racialized subject does have little agency in these conversations. And that is why, obviously, I'm not the only or the first one talking about that. One of the best known and best German discussions of this topic is Fremd im eigenen Land, a song by the rap crew Advanced Chemistry that was published in 1992, and you have variations of these in other countries. You have Fremd im eigenen Land in Italian rap versions and Romanian versions, because this is a European experience. And I'm not trying to translate this here, but what hip-hop did and what Advanced Chemistry did was to create a venue to express this feeling of being a stranger in your own country. The desire to identify where I was really from, I much later understood, was referencing an essence that in the eyes of white Europeans is embodied by all those inhabiting these impossible racialized identities. Something in us, visibly often, though not always, on us, that excludes us from Europeanness forever. And the most extreme example of this might be Roma and Sinti communities who have gone through this process of exclusion for more than 500 years. The why are you here, how can you speak my language, where do you really come from, and explicitly, implicitly at least, when are you going back trope, creates a discursive but very real paradox, since the true answer, I am from here, is precisely the one that is not acceptable, because it falls outside of the logically possible, the thinkable, and thus speakable. And to quote Judith Butler, to move outside of the domain of speakability is to risk one's status as a subject. In other words, if home is the place where you belong, where you are at rest rather than on the move, then the German and European understanding of belonging necessarily places racialized Europeans as uncanny subjects, strangers in their own home, or to switch to German for a second, als die unheimlichen Unsubjekte des Heimatdiskurses. Thus, the where are you really from questions is a form of disciplining and silencing, not merely a reaction to a situation that violates the dominant logic, but an active attempt at enforcing it, reconfiguring reality along acceptable lines while projecting the tension produced by this clash of reality and ideology onto the racialized unsubjects, implying that the logical solution to the dilemma would be the departure from a home that they are not allowed to claim. In short, Heimat stands for a notion of belonging that necessarily requires the exclusion of people like me, people whose presence remains an intolerable provocation to white Christian Germans, whose Heimat we taint with our unwitting claim to Germanness, because after all, it's not a choice. This experience, of course, contrasts sharply with the widespread belief that race is meaningless to Germans, and again, this can be extended to continental Europeans in general, that they quite literally do not see race. Many white Europeans go as far as to claim that they don't understand race, usually when referencing a supposed American obsession with it. Despite all evidence to the contrary, race is treated as particular to the US context, not as a global structural principle. And to show you just some examples of evidence to the contrary, although that is not really necessary, blackface is as much an European tradition as it is an American one, and possibly right now more of a European obsession than an American one. And this image is not a white American, it's a white German in the early 20th century. This is a cover referencing the French occupation in the Rhineland after World War I, in which the French used black soldiers as a conscious provocation to Germans, successful provocation. This is much more recent, an image that shows you that the black-white contrast is so embedded in European racial thinking that it can be extended to various groups. And there's another version closer to home again that shows you that there's a continuity of a visual language of race that is powerful exactly because it is unspeakable. Despite the geographic and intellectual origin of the very concept of race in Europe and the explicitly race-based policies of both its fascist regimes and its colonial empires, the continent often is marginal at best in discussions on race, in particular regarding contemporary configurations. That is based on the assumption that this history had no impact on the continent and its internal structures. And much of my work is devoted to showing that this is not the case, that race was and is central to notions of Europeanness in general and Germanness in particular, and the dominant understanding of Heimat is inseparable from this, which is evident in declarations like this one right here, which is a quote from the German Secretary of Colonial Affairs in 1912, discussing the question of so-called miscegenation in the German colonies and what that might potentially mean for German citizenship. In short, what Secretary of Colonial Affairs said here is, we are Germans, we are white, and we want to remain white. And this was a discussion that took place in German parliament 1 year before that same parliament would debate a citizenship law based on blood and descent that remained in place for the rest of the 20th century. So to assume that this notion of German blood was not racialized is absurd. And even now, almost 2 decades after the law has finally been changed, notions of real and not so real Germans live on, expressed in terms like Deutsch-Türke, or my personal favorite, Deutsch-Afrikaner, which are etymologically different from terms like African-American or, say, German-American, in that they root the true origin of the person thus described in the second part of the word, again answering the still pressing question of where they are really from. If you followed the media reports around the attack on the synagogue in Halle, you might have noted that the attacker was not only described as a lone wolf, but also as a German Deutscher. This descriptor would obviously not be used to reference someone like me, the German African. What was really meant, of course, was the attacker was a white, Christian, or Christian socialized German. That this does not need to be said, in fact, cannot be said, because a real German does not need any qualifiers, again points to an understanding of Germanness that necessarily produces racist exclusions, which in their most extreme form lead to attacks like the one in Halle. And it is not only the AfD who needs to be held responsible, but all those who can lay claim to Germany as their Heimat, and thus to unqualified Germanness. But racist violence is not perceived as a structural European problem, as terrorizing a part of the European population, but as an excess and exception perpetrated by isolated extremists or mentally ill lone wolves. Attacks like the one on the Charlie Hebdo office in 2015 are framed as part of an ongoing Islamist terrorism that is fundamentally threatening Europe, and the threat is frequently seen as potentially embodied by all Muslims. The Je suis Charlie campaign sweeping Europe after the attack was meant as a showing of solidarity, but also as an expression of the collective positions of all white Europeans as potential victims of Muslim terrorists. There is no comparable sense of responsibility of white Europeans for the racist violence perpetrated against migrants and racialized Europeans, not even if a certain level of collective responsibility is undeniable, as in the case of the National Socialist Underground, a racist terror group that could murder for more than a decade because parts of the police force, the intelligence services, and the public sympathized with the group's white supremacist positions. While Islamic terrorism is seen as threatening Europe's core and is indicative of Muslim culture threatening Europe's identity, racist violence is not seen as indicative of white European culture threatening its racialized populations. In other words, non-extreme acts of racism, such as the perception of non-white, non-Christian Europeans as eternal migrants, are seen as reasonable, normal, justified, rather than as enabling racist extremism. Because of this key role of race in the construction of European identity, it is impossible to integrate racialized communities into the existing model of Europeanness. What is necessary instead is its further destabilization. This destabilization is the strategy of queer activists of color who argue that if racialized Europeans are produced as queer, as a contradiction in terms, both spatially and temporally displaced within a heteronormative discourse of nation, gender, sexuality, and religion, a discourse that interacts and intersects with the neoliberal racial capitalism in assigning people of color a position both outside of Europe and outside of modernity, then it is not only possible, but necessary to queer Europeanness from exactly this displaced, diasporic, perspective. And this is one fairly recent example of this activism that is interesting in part because it addresses not the extreme right or even the mainstream, but progressive, queer, white queer activists who definitely do not see themselves as racist. But this, of course, could be applied to a large part of the white left. Both queer and diaspora, as Gayatri Gopinath has observed more than 10 years ago, are terms of displacement, of being somewhat out of sync with the norm, be it that of nation, of race, gender, or sexuality. Queering diaspora, then, speaks to the potential of mobilizing the out-of-syncness of racialized Europeans, using the discomfort that non-normative but confident embodiment of Europeanness causes to challenge a global system of racial capitalism, of interlocking binaries, not in order to construct a new stable system, however much better than the old one it might be imagined to be, but instead to explore the resulting complicated, unstable, heterotopic reality as a real alternative. And this is not some abstract utopian vision of a world without borders, but a concrete, everyday mode of survival for queer and trans people of color who cannot claim any home, who are suspect everywhere, who do not find structures to inhabit, but who have to create or reappropriate them wherever they are. The experience of always being out of place in the nation, the neighborhood, the family, or organizing context produces a locally grounded space-making as a necessary strategy of survival. This strategy could be a model for a translocal remaking of home that does not require exclusionary hierarchies of belonging. The refusal to prove oneself as authentic and trustworthy enough to be able to claim a home without being considered a suspicious stranger means letting go of a notion of Heimat that never offered safety or peace to everyone, but this letting go also allows for connections across borders among those considered misfits everywhere. Collective strategies of responding to the global rise of neo-nationalisms are urgently needed. Violence, poverty, and displacement are escalating globally. The notion that wealth should translate into power is becoming increasingly explicit, and the commitment to equal rights and access is being undermined by a mainstreamed rhetoric around entitlement abuse and special rights. The groups accused of these rights abuses, frequently the same who are suffering most from the above developments, are framed as outsiders, destroying a working system, best expelled or contained, so that society can return to the desirable, stable, unified state before they arrived or gained rights that they can only misuse. These outsiders are created primarily, though not only, through racialized tropes around sexuality and gender, from the black brute to the Nafri to the oppressed hijabi. In order to dismantle this system, of which Heimat is one symptom, it is necessary to center the outsider positionality and build Edouard Glissant's poetics of relation, or, in Casey Cohn's terms, a politics where one's relation to power and not some homogenized identity is privileged in determining one's political comrades. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatima, for this first presentation, first intervention that has been spanning give us both historical and contemporary span on the functions of race and racism in the notion of Heimat. The idea for this panel was not only to bring historical perspectives into it, but also to broaden up the discussion. Already, of course, with the term Heimat, the German term, right? The question comes up, oh, is this just a discussion that we're having that relates to Germany only or to Europe only? So it was important for me also to invite to this panel Eren Keskin, who is a lawyer and a human rights defender, and as a and much stronger also a person who has been intervening in various discussions in Turkey on the notion of race and racism with her work when she was defending various minorities in Turkey or fighting for the acknowledgement of the Armenian genocide. We had invited her because there was a leeway that she could be with us. She's currently facing over 100 prosecutions against her, and she has various prison sentences, yet there was a chance that she could come. However, unfortunately, this is not the case. The ban on her travel ban, so to say, to leave the country has not been lifted. So we decided to keep her in the panel via a Skype connection, a Skype talk, so that she can be part with us even if she cannot be here physically. Eren Keskin is activist and a human rights defender whose work areas include the fight against sexual violence against women, trans women and refugees, racism against non-Turkish and non-Muslim groups, discrimination and violence against the LGBTIQ communities, but also furthermore unforced disappearances, unidentified murders, deaths and tortures. Yet it would be probably most succinct to summarize her workings with an engagement of racism, nationalism, sexism, and militarism. Because of this different constellation now, we have to change also a little bit the order, so we will do a Skype talk, and I have to switch roles because I have to do some translation also, because it was not possible because of the live stream to have a direct simultaneous translation for her from Turkish into English. So let's see if we are on now. We will be. So the next panel is on algorithms of belonging. We're warming up, right, with arriving in the digital.
Fakat çok kötü bir şey var.
Hello.
Merhaba.
Hello.
Merhaba Bilgin.
Merhaba.
Merhaba.
Duyabiliyorsun bizi?
Duyuyorum.
Okay, so thank you and welcome. Gülistan is there for translation? Yes.
Yes, hi.
Hello. So, we're live right now in Istanbul. It looks like the office of Eren Keskin. Thank you so much for making this possible, for being there. We have already beforehand conveyed some of the questions so that we don't have to do double translation during the questions. But first of all, thank you very much, dear Eren, for being with us today. I would like...
Ben teşekkür ederim.
Thank you. So the way how we will do it, I will just tell the English question and then translate just the Turkish answers from Eren. So Eren, you have been working for the past 30 years and all possible taboos of the Turkish nation, it would be possible to say. You have been fighting for the recognition of the Armenian genocide. You have been defending You have been defending yeah.
Sesimiz geliyor mu size?
Geliyor.
Tamam. Geliyor değil mi?
Siz konuştuğunuzda sesiniz de geliyor. Okay. And you have been defending the rights of the Kurdish movement. You have been working. You founded a legal clinic against sexual abuse of women under custody. So when you look at all of these various engagements that you have so far, you have been always very much in your writings and public appearances, always emphasizing racism, nationalism, and militarism. And I would like to ask how, for what in this context, this term Heimat or de-heimatization, homeland, actually means for you, and how racism plays into this from your perspective.
Tamam. Herkese merhaba. Öncelikle biraz önce Bilgin senin de bahsettiğin gibi bir soykırım coğrafyasında yaşıyoruz. Yani 1915 Ermeni ve diğer Hristiyan halklara yönelik soykırım ve Kürdistan'ın sömürgeleştirilmiş olma gerçeği bu coğrafyanın iki temel meselesini oluşturuyor.
So thank you and hello to everyone, first of all, from my side. So I used to do these translations, but I don't do that anymore since the past 15 years, so bear with me, and if someone does it better, please come here. Yes, I want to first say that what we're talking here about is geography of genocide, the 1915 genocide against the Armenians, as well as the colonization of Kurdistan, forms the foundation of this place.
Bu gerçeklik çerçevesinde bu coğrafyada oluşturulan resmi ideoloji sadece bir tek etnik kimliği kabul etti. Türk ve inanç kimliği olarak da Sünni Müslüman kimliği. Bunun dışındaki tüm kimlikler ya işte soykırımla yok edildi, 1915 soykırımı gibi, ya da yok sayıldılar. Böyle bir resmi ideoloji çerçevesinde oluşan bir ırkçılıktan söz ediyoruz coğrafyamızda.
So within these two truths, an official ideology emerged that only allows for one single ethnic identity, which is composed of Turkishness and the Sunni and religiously Sunni identity. So this is the basis of the ethnicity.
Aslında Musevi Yahudi bir yazarın son derece önem verdiğim bir sözü var bizim coğrafyamızda. Rıfat Bali'nin, o Yahudiler için söylüyor bunu. Diyor ki Yahudiler görünmezliği seçtiler. Aslında sadece Yahudiler değil. Bence bu coğrafyada yaşayan Türk ve Sünni Müslüman kimliği dışında birçok kimlik görünmezliği seçerek yaşamaya devam ediyorlar. Bunun dışında belki bir tek Kürtler çok daha öndeler. Onun nedeni de bir anlamda da Kürtlerin Müslüman oluşları.
So a prominent Jewish writer in Turkey, Rıfat Bali, has said something about the Jewish minority, which I think applies to many other minorities living in Turkey who are not part of this one single ethnic identity of being Turkish and Muslim. And he says that the Jewish community has chosen invisibility to survive in this geography, and I believe that this is true also for the other minorities, maybe except for the Kurds, who are very visible, but this may be also due to them being Muslims.
Ve yani bu çerçevede gelişen bir ırkçılık, yani ırkçılık bir hastalık değil, ırkçılık bir sistem biçimi ve Türkiye'de yerleşik sistemde ırkçı bir sistem. Demin dediğim gibi Türk ve Sünni Müslüman kimliğini temel alan ve bu çerçevede oluşturduğu resmi ideolojiyle kırmızı çizgiler yaratan bir devlet yapısından söz ediyoruz.
So within this context, I want to highlight that racism is not a pathology or an illness. It is a problem of a system. It's a systematic problem. So in Turkey, racism forms a system that provides a framework which identity politics is also then based on.
Türkiye'nin hukuk sistemine bakarsak aslında ırkçılığın nasıl örgütlendiğini bu coğrafyada çok net görebiliriz. Bizim coğrafyamızda hukukun yapıcısı Mahmut Esat Bozkurt'tur. Ve Mahmut Esat Bozkurt demiştir ki Türkiye'de Türk olmayanların ancak hizmetçi olma hakkı vardır. Zaten bu çerçevede biçimlenmiş bir hukuk var ve hala Mahmut Esat Bozkurt adına barolar tarafından ödüller veriliyor.
So within this framework, the law also emerged, and one of the key persons also framing or shaping the legal system in Turkey, which is Mahmut Esat Bozkurt, has, for instance, said once that only Turks deserve rights, anyone else deserves only to be a servant. And this legal scholar is still getting many awards by the Bar Association and other places.
Ve bu resmi ideolojiyle doğumdan itibaren biçimlenen, çocukluktan itibaren kafalara yerleştirilen bir ırkçılık var. Sadece Türk ve Sünni Müslüman olanlar bu coğrafyayı evi hissediyor bizim yaşadığımız yerde. Bunun dışında hiçbirimiz evimiz hissedemiyoruz. Çünkü öldürülüyoruz, göç ettiriliyoruz. Kadınlar cinsel şiddete maruz kalıyor, dilimizi konuşamıyoruz, inançlarımızı yerine getiremiyoruz. Hiç kimse dediğim gibi kendisine ait hissedemiyor. Maalesef ki bu durumdayız.
So within this official ideology of racism, only those who are included into this can feel at home. Anyone else does not feel at home. It is not possible for us to speak our language. It is not possible to live our religion. It is women get violated. So there is no place for those who are not captured by this official ideology of racism.
Biz Cumhuriyet'in kuruluşundan bu yana 1915'i gerçekleştiren İttihatçı zihniyetin kurduğu Cumhuriyet'ten bu yana aslında hep ırkçılıkla yüzleştik. Ama bugün son geldiğimiz noktada ırkçılığın son derece sıradanlaştırıldığını görüyoruz. Özgürce ırkçı saldırıların işlendiğini görüyoruz. Bu son derece tehlikeli boyutlarda şu anda.
We have been confronted with racism since the very founding of the Republic, so this has been a constant. But what we're seeing now is a normalization, racism becoming very ordinary, which makes this very dangerous and problematic.
Son dönemde ırkçı cinayetler işleniyor. Örnek vereyim, 74 yaşında bir adam hastanede karısıyla Kürtçe konuştuğu için başında bir şişe parçalanarak yaralandı. Ve maalesef ki Türk yargısı bunun ırkçı bir saldırı olduğunu kabul etmedi, basit bir yaralama olarak kabul etti.
So, for instance, we have now in the recent times have been experiencing racist murders. To give one example, a 74-year-old Kurdish man who was speaking Kurdish to his wife in a hospital was injured by a glass bottle that was thrown at his hand, and this attack has not been seen has not been termed as a racist violence, as a racist attack by the courts.
Yani bu soruya son olarak şunu söyleyeyim. Bizim coğrafyamızda, yaşadığımız Türkiye ve Kürdistan coğrafyasında ırkçılık, ayrımcılık son derece sıradanlaştırılmış bir durumda. Ve insanlar kendilerini ırkçı saiklerle saldırı yapmaya haklı görüyorlar. En kötü olanı bu.
So just to sum it up, in this geography, racism and discrimination is a constant, is a very present, and what is very worrisome is that that people derive will to action out of this racism. Thank you. I wanted to also ask, since you just outlined very much the how institutional racism is so ingrained in the Turkish Republic, as you were just referring from the history to the present, but I was wondering how you then, what in your views could be a way to go beyond the forms of, or how to achieve forms of belonging beyond these racialized forms that you were mentioning.
Yani yine coğrafyamızda bir aidiyet duygusunun geliştirilmesi için Türkiye Cumhuriyeti'nin kendi resmi ideolojisiyle yüzleşmeye başladığına inanmamız gerekiyor. Bu yüzleşme başlamadığı sürece, devletin kendi yüzleşmesi başlamadığı sürece bence kimse kendisini buraya tam olarak ait hissedemez.
As long as the state and the society does not confront with this official ideology that I outlined, it won't be possible to have forms of belonging that includes everyone.
Türkiye'de ifade özgürlüğü diyoruz. İfade özgürlüğünden söz edebilmek için hangi düşüncenin yasak olduğuna bakmak gerekiyor. Coğrafyamızda yasak olan düşünceler Ermeni soykırımını konuşmak, Kürdistan meselesini konuşmak, Kıbrıs'taki askeri işgali konuşmak, bugün Rojava'daki askeri işgali konuşmak. Bunlar varken, bunlar yasakken bunları konuşmak hiç kimse kendisine ait hissedemez.
So we often speak also about freedom of expression. So it would be important to see where the limits of freedom of expression are, which thoughts are actually prohibited, and these would be those thoughts or these expressions of opinion regarding to the Armenians or Armenian genocide, regarding the Kurds, regarding the occupation of Cyprus, and now recently with regard to the occupation in Rojava. As long as these discussions are not possible, it won't be possible to feel also belonging to this place.
Dediğim gibi bunlar konuşulmadığı sürece aidiyetin oluşması da çok mümkün değil. Bakın Türkiye'de vakıflar diye bir müessese var. Bu vakıflar soykırım mallarını satarlar, kiralarlar. Bu evlerin hepsi Ermenilerindir, Rumlarındır, Yahudilerindir. Bunları devlet ucuza pazarlar ve bundan kendine bir pay çıkarır, para kazanır. Bunun dışında Türkiye'de görünen burjuvazinin arkasına bakmak gerekiyor. Türkiye kendi iç burjuvazisini tamamen soykırım malları, soykırımın mali gücü üzerine kurmuştur. O nedenle bunları tartışmak çok zor Türkiye'de. İnsanlar inanmıyorlar. Ya ben de yakın vadede inanmıyorum devletin kendi resmi ideolojisiyle yüzleşebileceğine.
Well, having said that about the confrontation with the official ideology, I also see that this is, that I also myself hardly believe in it, that it is possible, because when we look at how, for instance, the bourgeoisie in Turkey has enriched itself by the properties of the descendants of, by the properties that came from the genocide, from the dispossession. When we look at how in one institution, that is the foundation administering the properties that once belonged to Armenians and other minorities, how these are being sold to very cheap prices. We see that the consequences, or that the enrichment from this dispossession is still very present.
Şimdi ben burada aslında bu aidiyetin neden oluşamadığına bir gerekçe olarak da iç kamuoyunu eleştirmek istiyorum. Çünkü evet, çok kötü, çok baskıcı bir devlet var karşımızda ve yarattığı çok ırkçı bir resmi ideoloji var. Ama Türkiye'de sağ ve sol, kendilerini sağda ve solda tanımlayanlar da maalesef ki bu resmi ideolojiyi çok içselleştirmiş durumdalar.
The problem is that in Turkey, there is a very, of course, we know that there's a very repressive state, but the problem is that also within the Turkish public, both within the left and the right wing, this official ideology is very internalized, has been internalized very much, so that this an alternative belonging deems difficult.
Yani bu coğrafyada yüzyılın en büyük suçu işlenmiş, yani soykırım suçu işlenmiş, ama Türkiye'de kendilerini solcu olarak tanımlayanlar bugüne kadar bir kere bile Ermeni soykırımını anmadılar. Anılıyorsa bugün o da İnsan Hakları Derneği ırkçılık ve ayrımcılığa karşı komisyon sayesinde. Bu çok acı bir gerçek.
So still it's important to remind that this is a geography where a genocide was being carried out against the Armenians, and up until today it is not possible even to commemorate. If the only time when the public is engaging or is being confronted with this is when there are commemorations that are being organized by the Commission of Anti-Discrimination and Racism at the Human Rights Association. So, Eren, I'd like to ask in this context, when we were speaking before in preparation, how does in this context that you now described, the events or the developments in Rojava that we have been now also following very closely here in Germany, in Europe and everywhere else, that is not just an invasion but also an attack on a very different model of what you were just describing. How do you evaluate that?
Yani öncelikle kişisel olarak her zaman bir kabulüm var. Kürdistan bir sömürge. Yani 4 parçaya ayrılmış, Türkiye, Irak, Suriye ve İran arasında parçalanmış bir coğrafyadan söz ediyoruz. Ve her zaman doğal olarak sömürgecileriyle sorunlar olmuş. Bugün yaşadığımızı da bu bağlamdan kopartarak tartışmamız mümkün değil.
So first of all, it is important to highlight that for me personally, Kurdistan is a colony. It's colonized, split into 4 parts. And before acknowledging that, it is not possible it is important to evaluate the current developments within this starting point.
Bence Rojava Kürtleri hiç kimsenin, hiçbirimizin beklemediği bir şeyi başardılar. Aslında belki bütün Kürdistan içinde en zor durumda olan, hatta kimlikleri tanınmayan bir kesimden söz ediyoruz. Ama bu Rojava Kürtleri öyle bir mücadeleye girdiler, öyle bir örgütlülüğü geliştirdiler ki bugün artık dünyanın emperyal güçlerinin bile meşruiyetini kabul ettiği bir güç haline geldiler. Bu Türkiye'yi çok rahatsız etti. Bu rahatsızlık hem içerideki Kürtlere baskı olarak yöneldi hem de Rojava'ya saldırı olarak ortaya çıktı.
So I believe that the Kurds in Rojava have actually managed something that has been extremely difficult. They had been in a very, their position has been very difficult already, but the struggle that they have led and the mobilization has put them into a position that even made imperial powers to acknowledge them and to recognize them, and this has made Turkey very uncomfortable.
Tabii ki ben bu arada uluslararası güçleri, Avrupa Birliği'ni, Amerika'yı, tabii ki özellikle Avrupa Birliği'ni eleştirmek istiyorum. Çünkü Türkiye Cumhuriyeti birçok uluslararası sözleşmeye imza atmış durumda. Ve Avrupa Birliği ülkelerinin ve sizin de yaşadığınız Almanya'nın imza ortağı Türkiye. Ve aslında bu sözleşmelere uysa bu coğrafyada bizim birçok kazanımlarımız var. Ama bu sözleşmelerin hiçbirine uymuyor. Ve maalesef ki imza ortakları tarafından yeterince denetlenmiyor ve sorgulanmıyor.
So I want to also point out or critique then also the position of the US or also Europe. Turkey is a signatory to a lot of international treaties and agreements, yet it is not fulfilling them. So if actually Turkey would fulfill these treaties and agreements, the situation would be much different, and Turkey is not being pressured to fulfill these agreements.
Örneğin Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Devleti Cenevre Savaş Hukuku Sözleşmesi'nin bir tarafı. Bu sözleşme sadece devletlerin arasındaki savaşları kapsamıyor. Bu sözleşmede devletler dışı çatışmalar da bu sözleşmenin kapsamında. Ve Türkiye bizim gördüğümüz, dünya bizden daha çok görüyor bu görüntüleri, savaş suçu işliyor şu anda. Ancak bu sadece belki gazetelerde yazıyor, medyada konuşuluyor ama Türkiye'ye bir yaptırımı olduğunu görmüyoruz. Bu garip bir durum.
So we see that Turkey has been, that everyone is watching and no action has been taken, and this is a very situation that is raising these questions, why Turkey is being not enforced, why it is not enforced that it is complying with these laws.
Örneğin, evet pardon.
Zaman olarak zamanı
Tamam.
biraz aştık. Tercümeyle çok uzun
Tamam.
sürdüğü için.
Tamam.
So I would have to cut it off here, also because we are in time. Son olarak söylemek istediğin bir şey var mı? Kapatma, yani toparlayabilir misin?
Tabii ki.
Pardon.
Şunu söyleyebilirim. Biz burada çok zor bir dönem yaşıyoruz. 30 yıldır insan hakları mücadelesi içindeyim. Kendimizi hiç bu kadar öngörüsüz, bu kadar korunaksız hissettiğimiz başka bir süreç olmamıştı. Sesimizi duyurmak istiyoruz doğal olarak her yere. Davet ettiğiniz için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Yasağım olduğu için gelemedim ama buradan da olsa katıldığım için teşekkür ederim.
So I want to say that we are living now in very exceptional times for 30 years. Since 30 years, I would say this is the time where we feel the most unprotected and most being left alone. So it is we want to have our voices heard. So I thank you very much for the invitation, even though I could not be there in person because of the ban. I'm happy that I could join you via Skype. Biz teşekkür ediyoruz. We thank you very much. Thank you. So, thank you. We will, after this visit, so to say, to Turkey, and speaking with Erin Keskin about the building of the nation in Turkey, I would like to hand over to Robbie's presentation, if I may invite you.
Thanks, Bilgin. Well, greetings, everybody. I guess everybody's heard about Brexit. Sorry. Did anybody hear about Grenfell Tower? Yes, no? Yeah? Grenfell Tower was the mainly social housing block of tower which burnt down in 2017 with the loss of over 70 lives. So I'm going to look at this question about Heimat from the perspective of Grenfell Tower, looking at Brexit. So you probably know this person too. Here's Theresa May, when she becomes Prime Minister, setting out her vision for the form of social justice that Brexit will provide. This is her post-Brexit social justice. While the obvious injustices have often receive a lot of attention, after all, politicians have been talking the language of social justice and social mobility for years. The everyday injustices that ordinary working class families feel are too often overlooked. This must be the cause that animates us, the end towards which we work as we leave the EU, etc. So there's a couple of things here, right? She's talking about everyday injustices. So she's not talking about what might be called extreme cases. She's not talking about homelessness, right? She's not talking about extreme poverty. She's talking about everyday apparent injustices that the deserving, ordinary working class feel. So that then presents the question of what she means by ordinary, this deserving working class, what makes them ordinary. Class, in the language, in the political vernacular in Britain, fell out. No one was using class as a grammar of politics from the early 90s up until 2008. And then with the financial crisis, class returns. It returns to the vernacular of political commentary in Parliament and in the media. Here's some examples. A very famous poll in 2008. 58% of white working class people think that no one speaks out for people like them in Britain today, and that's a claim that's made in relation to anti-discrimination legislation, in contrast, yeah? 2009, a communities minister in the government says, white working class people just don't feel anyone is listening or speaking to them. They should be allowed to voice their worries about immigration without fear of being branded racist. A few years later, another universities minister, this time in the Conservative government, says, the University Access Watchdog can look at a range of disadvantaged groups, so I don't see why they couldn't look at white working class boys. In the year of Brexit, this guy called Toby Young, who is he's a eugenicist, basically. He writes in the Spectator magazine, the real problem is that poor white boys underachieve at school. There are lots of reasons, blah, blah, blah, but schools could be doing more. What's needed is a coordinated effort from government, local government, schools to raise the attainment, the educational attainment of this group. Plenty of powerful people speak up for black boys, now including the Prime Minister. No one speaks up for poor white boys. So the really important thing here is that class returns to the political vernacular from 2008 onwards, but it returns as a congenitally racialized category. It doesn't return as class. It returns as the white working class, right? And not just white. Plenty of Polish people in the UK, and they got a whole slew of abuse and violence in Brexit. So not just white. Here's a few examples of some political commentary leading up to and just in the aftermath of the Brexit vote. A left-wing commentator, Owen Jones, too many working-class northern Labour voters are being seduced by Vote Lee's disingenuous campaign. We have to reach them. Here's Andy Burnham, who's member of who was a member of the Labour government that at this point was the Shadow Home Secretary. Too much Hampstead, not enough Hull. I don't know what the version of that in Germany is, man. Bilgin, help me. Hampstead is like leafy, rich, metropolitan, cosmopolitan. What's that part of Berlin? Thank you. And right, okay. And then Hull is white, ex-industrial. So it's another part of Germany then, which is, it used to be very industrial, now is a bit poorer, but mainly white. Huh? Duisburg. So this is what this guy is saying, right? So too much Hampstead, not enough Hull. And another guy who is shocked at Brexit basically decides to travel by bicycle through Britain's former industrial heartlands to figure out why people voted for Brexit. So we got a couple of things here, right? There's a sense of a heartland or a homeland for the traditional working class people, which in Britain is up north of London, right? The old industrial part, but there's this idea that the ordinary working class are not just white, but they're kind of indigenous, right? And they have traditional homelands within the polity. Now, this is the constituency to which much of the social justice talk concerning Brexit has been targeted at. Many of the people who are doing Brexit say they are speaking on behalf of these people, the left behind, white working class, traditional occupants of the working class heartlands of Britain. And so this is the framework within which class galvanizes politics in Brexit. On the left, you've got political issues. And the idea is that these are the political issues which have already been attended to by the elites. Racism, sexism, Islamophobia, multiculturalism, and that all these issues pertain to, or they have their geographical basis in the urban south, and the constituents to which these issues speak to are predominantly immigrants. But say the rhetoricians of Brexit, these are issues which have gained attention. However, no one has been talking about the economic issues, apparently, right? And these are still outstanding. These issues, they say, are class inequality, but the idea that there would be some need to redistribute wealth from the south to the north, dignity, public services, this is all geographically located in the traditional working class north, and its constituents are not the immigrants of the south, but the white left behind, those left behind by globalization. And when you popularize that, you have the EU and the metropolitan elites are for the immigrants and are dealing with the concerns of the immigrants. And then the people's representatives are actually for the traditional indigenous working class that have been left behind. So that's the framework within which the proponents of Brexit have put their case forward in the language of social justice. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. And of course, then this language gets nationalized. And of course, the way that you always do that is you present metaphors about war. So the attempt by Parliament to delay the Brexit bill for scrutiny, Boris Johnson, the current Prime Minister, has described that as a surrender bill. And of course, he's specifically trying to invoke a very racialized memory of World War II and Germany. And Merkel is the one who is one of these EU elites, and Parliament has surrendered to Germany. That's basically what he's saying. Yeah? All right, pause that for a minute. We got all that? Pause it just for a second. I'm going to return to the general election 2017. This was quite a surprising election. The Conservatives, they ran it, Theresa May, she ran it on the basis of promoting Brexit, putting Brexit through on an anti-immigration platform and a pro-austerity platform. I just want to know, you know austerity? Is that the word that we use here? Austerity, like curtailing of public services, all that kind of stuff, yeah. So she ran it on a pro-Brexit, pro-austerity, anti-immigrant platform. Labour, the opposition, ran it on a pro-welfare, pro-services, social justice platform. They didn't mention Brexit strategically because they didn't want to deal with the thorny question of immigration. Nonetheless, they did surprisingly well. They didn't win it, but they gained a whole load more seats. And then 1 week after that election, the Grenfell Tower fire happened, and it was the biggest single demonstration of social injustice from probably the 1950s onwards in mainland Britain, not in Ireland, in mainland Britain. So let me give you some details about the people who lived in Grenfell Tower. If you have a look on the top left, this, if you think about the green, the light green and the dark green as being working class, right? That basically works out to that, right? And then the light blue and the dark blue are kind of middle class and upper class, right? So the vast majority of residents of Grenfell Tower were working class, okay? If you look at that bottom diagram, you'll see that very few are unemployed, and most of the residents are in full-time, part-time work, education, retired or sick or looking after, doing care work. So they are not a majority unemployed or anything like that. Add on to that the fact that whilst that Grenfell Tower was in the top quintile of places of deprivation in the UK, it was in the middle of the quintiles for an educated population. So what that tells you is that the people in Grenfell were doing education, had skills, and were employed in occupations which were below their skill level. Okay? So these are quintessentially deserving, ordinary, working class. Right? Deserving, ordinary, working class. Now look at the top right diagram, and you'll find that the majority of the people in Grenfell Tower were not white. So they were ordinary, deserving, working class, the majority not white, and in fact a significant amount of, a significant minority of people there coming from North Africa, actually. In fact, not just North Africa. The first person to be identified, the first victim of the fire to be identified was a Syrian refugee. Less people died than there should have because it was Ramadan, and many of the North African peoples were up late to eat after sundown. And when the fire happened, they were up, so they raised the alarm very quickly. Otherwise, more people would have died. So, where do you put the Grenfell Tower people in this framework? So you get the point. You can't. Because the working class, those dealing with economic issues, are supposed to be up north. Grenfell Tower was a stone's throw away from Buckingham Palace. They're supposed to be white. The majority in Grenfell were immigrants in the urban south, suffering from racism, sexism, Islamophobia. So the framework for class invisibilizes the people of Grenfell who experienced the worst episode of social injustice in post-war Britain, just 1 week after an election which was supposedly run on the basis of social justice and welfare for all. Back to Boris Johnson. Boris gets his big break in public life in the 80s as a lampooner of Brussels and EU regulations. Here's some of his headlines from the late 1980s. Brussels recruits sniffers to ensure that Euro manure smells the same. Threat to British pink sausages. Snails are fish, says the EU. This is where Boris Johnson gets his profile. This is his start of his run towards Prime Minister. And it's all to do with lampooning Brussels and especially the craziness of EU regulations. Now, the Brexiteers are all against the European Court of Justice. Why? Principally because the European Court of Justice is the last arbiter for the upholding of regulations, and especially regulations to do with labour, environment, consumers, all that kind of stuff. That is what the Brexiteers want to get rid of. They are deregulators. They want to get rid of regulations to do with work, to do with environment, to do with what you buy. And Boris is the first person who makes that popular. So let me give you this little timeline. April 2017, a mild Eurosceptic, Oliver Letwin, launches, he's very famous now, he's been big in parliamentary debates recently, launches a red tape initiative to forge a consensus on regulatory changes that could benefit business, boost jobs in a post-Brexit Britain. Regulatory changes means deregulate. It's an independent organisation, but the business secretary at the time offers the initiative the cooperation of his officials, so it becomes quasi-official. May, the initiative receives report it had commissioned from Hanbury Strategy, a consulting firm, which suggests dismantling EU regulations on fire safety of cladding and related construction materials. Hanbury Strategy is set up by Paul Stevenson, the communications director for Vote Leave. And then a month later, the Grenfell Tower fire happens, and it's because of substandard cladding. So I'm not giving you a causality there, but what I'm trying to suggest is that Grenfell is the future for the working class after Brexit. Grenfell is the future for all the working class after Brexit. And there are tens and tens and tens of buildings which still have that cladding on them now. How might we confront that? Two ways. The first way is the Heimat way. Go back to that slide. Remember, now this invokes this guy, William Cobbett. William Cobbett is a early 19th century, very famous defender of the rural poor. He defends them against the metropolitan elites and the capitalists and all that kind of stuff. If anybody's ever read E.P. Thompson, famous Marxist historian, William Cobbett is one of his big fans. Here's what William Cobbett says about the rural poor. They're the most orderly, the most independent, the most obedient, the best fed, the best clad, most industrious, being, along with qualities, the best parents, the best children, the most faithful servants, the most respectful in their demeanor towards superiors. So in other words, what Cobbett is saying is that these working class who occupy the traditional homelands in England, he likes them and they're good because they're obedient, subservient, and they know their place. Look at the next quote. To William Wilberforce, a famous abolitionist. Will not the anxiety of a really humane Englishman be directed towards the whites instead of towards the blacks? So Cobbett, this is during the era of abolition, Cobbett says that the metropolitan elites are using the blacks as a way to avoid giving any justice to their own indigenous working class. Does that start to sound familiar? Not only that, but Cobbett says that when these poor working class are sent to the workhouse, upon their demise in the workhouse, the keeper, who may be a Negro driver from Jamaica or even a Negro, will dispose of the body to the cutters up, seeing that it cannot be claimed by the kindred of the deceased. In other words, Cobbett even thinks that these blacks are, when they are on English shores, they produce for the traditional indigenous white working class a social death. A social death. Their presence is that terrible. That, to me, is basically the morality of Brexit right now. This is the populism which is invoking the Heimat right now in Britain. It's not new. It's not new at all. Here's another way to think about it. This is the first anniversary of Grenfell Tower, just down the road from it, a Rastafari person called Harvey Mitchell, who's a subway driver, stops the tube and comes out with a flag. Now, Grenfell means green field, so the colour for Grenfell is green. The Rastafari colours are red, gold and green, so this Rast turns the red and the gold so that he has green, and then he shows green to all the people who are congregating underneath, who are commemorating Iftar, it's the end of Ramadan, and gives his support there. Now, what this picture tells me, firstly, is that black is not social death, it's actually the colour of social justice. It tells me that the elite use racialized populism to get away with the commitment of injustice against everybody, that empire's hinterlands come together, including those who have occupied the homelands. We can think about the hinterlands and the peoples of the hinterlands coming together, even possibly with those of the homelands, as a motley crew. It's a term from Linebaugh and Rediker to depict the people who worked on sailing ships, enslaved people, free blacks, poor whites, lots of different people. But this motley crew is the crew which has to pursue justice, not any traditional white working class, because it's only that motley crew who can face the populist neoliberalism which we're experiencing at the moment, and all they want is deregulation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Robbie, for connecting both Grenfell to the larger historical context also. That makes us understand better the reactions also to it. I'd like to maybe just pose to both of you a question coming out of Erin's contribution. So both of you in your talks emphasized or showed the continuity of race and racism in the conception of what either constitutes the nation or even the class, right? That we just seen now very stringently in both of your contributions. I would like to ask, where do you see, how do you explain this resilience of that? Because at the same time, of course, right, I mean, many important developments happened, right? I mean, from citizenship on to many, discussions, debates on what constitutes the nation and what not, but this resilience, right, of these ideas. I'm curious if you could elaborate how you see, where do you see that force of it? Erin Keskin was saying in her contribution, she was emphasizing very much the notion of maybe confronting with racism as an official ideology or as something that informs official ideology. Is that something that you would say would maybe be one way out of it, or how would you react to her call about that? Would you like to go ahead, Fatima?
Well, I think, yes, I would agree with that, but confronting racism is something that has never happened, right? Because confronting it would mean admitting that it's the foundation of not only authoritarian systems, but also democracies. There never was democracy without racism. And if that's possible is an open question now, but certainly we cannot get there before we admit that it does not exist yet. And part of confronting injustice, including racial injustice, is to question the narratives we have of how we get to this point, right? Because you say there are a lot of developments, which is true, but every time they are seen as ending the wrongs of the past, right? So now we're here and whatever happened is over. And until we admit how much the past is part of our presence, nothing can change. And in terms of of racism that, of course, would be very, very fundamental, because not only the material wealth of the West and Europe, but also everything that came out of this wealth, which is a certain level of social justice that exists in rich Western democracies because of this material wealth that was built largely on colonialism, is something that would need to be re-evaluated. And if we take this seriously, then there would have to be a form of redistribution that I think is unacceptable for most people. And of course, this rhetoric about the loss of the white working class or the white middle class is exactly a way to end this discussion, because supposedly this group already is losing so much, so how can we ask more? And basically, people don't want to give up what they have, right? I mean, that's something that's very typical, and it's also, I mean, it also requires an intersectional approach to things, right? I was talking about how people like me, Black Germans, are basically never considered German, but nonetheless I have a German passport, right? Which gives me a lot of privileges, and this is part of a system that I profit from that would also be needed to change. And one of the arguments against that is, of course, always, well, then you have to change everything. How can you do that? But on the other hand, I think both my centering of queer people of color and your motley crew is exactly turning that around and saying we have to look at those margins and center them, and then we can actually initiate the fundamental change that is necessary. But yeah, people need a certain level of pressure, I think, to be ready to do that. And what happens constantly is that pressure is pushed away onto other people, right? So supposedly the fairly mild changes that are happening in Europe right now are already unbearable for white people, so the pressure is put onto racialized communities, and this is something that has been working for centuries. So to change that is, of course, a huge process.
Robbie, do you agree with that?
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, and maybe I'll just add one thing to that. You know, when we're talking about those kind of motley crews, right, that they are comprised of white people too, and I think that's very important, because where this populism comes from is not from the poorest of the poor, and it doesn't come from working classes. That's not where it is generated, right? It's generated by elites, and it's used by elites to actually forego the responsibilities that they have for providing social justice, right? So if we take it, let's not start where those elites start. So let's not start by saying, oh, there is a white working class who really are against any kind of social justice, who have never been anti-racist, etc., right? They are exactly how we say they are. I don't take that at all. I do not take that, right? And even when there are white working class people who might react to this populist sentiment, it doesn't necessarily mean that A, they're being mobilized by it, or B, that they actually doing anything else except voting. Now, I'm taking it as given. Hopefully you'll understand that I'm against that, right, when they vote for these people. Do you get what I mean? But what I'm trying to say is, let's not actually start our analysis from the assumption that the elites who are doing this populist language are right, have got the sociological facts. They don't. This is all a masquerade, right? It's a masquerade. If I went to Grenfell Tower, I've been a few times. If I went to Grenfell Tower and said, all white people out of Grenfell Tower, I would be kicked out by the black people, by the Muslim people, I'd never be allowed back. Some of the big campaigners who everybody has galvanized around have been white, right? So this motley crew is the antithesis of the populist rendition of what the working class is, what the people is. And we can't start our analysis with that elite prognosis, right? Now, is it the case that communities of color queer, trans, etc., those have been under the biggest forces of the biggest pressure. Yes, that to me again is a given, right? But let's not start with the populist rendition. That's my one big thing about all this. They're talking rubbish.
Well, my question would be to looking at the motley crew or the margins, as you were saying, again to bringing in Eren, who cannot be part of the discussion, but if you take now the example of, for instance, Rojava and the attempt, not just in the margins, but actually to form a whole administrative governance that actually departs from that thinking, there has been not much chance for that either, right? There is not just a domestic discussion or a domestic level to that, but also a wider, transnational, international dimension to that. So you have been actually working very much also on how the notion of race and racism is not just a question with regard to democracy that has not been asked. I mean, your statement that there is no, that racism is inherent or is, there is no democracy, which when racism is not acknowledged, right? But you have been writing and speaking exactly about that on the international level. So what has been there, the resistance actually to make racism also a matter of, or to understand racism as a component of international politics?
Well, I mean, maybe we can go back to your talk last night, right? You had that graph where Heimat becomes a really popular expression in the 1880s, yeah? And it's exactly the same point in time that the idea of the English becomes consolidated in Britain. And the English as an ethne, which is called Anglo-Saxon, that comes to play in the 1880s. It's developed by settlers, white settlers, who want to make sure that Britain doesn't forget them. And it's also developed in Britain to differentiate the Anglo-Saxon from the Celtics, the Scottish and the Welsh and the Irish, right? So Anglo-Saxon becomes the term, for those the indigenous white at exactly the same time as Heimat. And your old institution, my current institution in the US is Johns Hopkins is very important in this fact as well. Because in the 1880s, a wave of what they would call Teutonism sweeps the US. They're worried about all these immigrants, even East European immigrants, and Mexicans, blacks, Chinese, and Jews and East Europeans, not the Protestant Northwest ones. They're worried about it so much that they decide that the idea of a nation being galvanized by a social contract is rubbish, and one has to think about the nation as organic. That's the only way that you can have an integrity. So they use Teutonism as the way to explain what is the organic composition of the American nation. And historians, the first historian, chair of the history department at Johns Hopkins University, which models itself on places like this, literally. This guy proposes the idea that the genetic seed of democracy comes from the old German forests, is transmitted through the Anglo-Saxons into old English villages. The English settlers take it with them when they create the New England villages in America. So only if you have a genealogy which links back to the forests of Germany can you be said to be an organic part of this nation, right? So this transnational populism, this transnational white supremacism is something which goes back a long time. And I'm not saying that explains what's going on right now in Kurdistan. But we have to think about these transnational networks It's not just the good stuff, it's the bad stuff too.
Yes, I was going to ask you that as well, since you both actually have one foot in, let's say, UK and in Germany, but you both work and operate from the US, and I was going to invite you also to compare a little bit, since we have not, talked at all about the US discussion on homeland and homeland security departments, etc. On the one hand, the focus on the rise of populism has been now very much strongly yesterday and today looking at the European debates. Since you're traveling a lot between both places, how do you assess the current discussions that there is a rise? Would you say that this is just something, the discussions on the connection of race and homeland politics has been there anyway? You've said that already, but would you attest to an increase of this more display of these politics, or how would you evaluate that when you just compare also the discussions in the US with here?
Well, in many ways, it's exactly what you were talking about with reference to the Brexit discussions, right? Obviously, the discussions around Trump were very much across the board, but especially frustratingly within the left, was framed as the revenge of the white working class, especially the white male, the forgotten white male worker. But that's factually untrue. The thing that Trump voters had in common, if anything, was not that they were white male and working class, but that they were white. So the average Trump voter actually is financially better off than the average American. And obviously, the one group that voted against Trump in the largest margin were black women, who also seem to be, happen to be overrepresented among the poor. So this whole idea that this is a reaction by the working class, as you said, is something that is propagated by the elites, but frustratingly enough, also by a large part of the left. And that is something that I think goes back to the not confronting of racism, because at least in the US, what is happening is that there's a backlash to a very strong social movement that transformed society since the 50s, right? Since the civil rights movement, and after that, black nationalism and other radical transnational movements. So in many ways, what the Trump administration does at lightning speed is undo a lot of things that were actually gains of a coalition. And I agree with you, of course, white people are part of it. I don't think, they have to be gratulated for that, but yeah, transformation can only take place when, I think, marginalized positions are centered, but that doesn't mean that you have to embody that positionality. But I do think the problem is that a much larger part of society then is admitted, and that people admit to themselves is actually in line. What's happening right now in the US is that a lot of people are in a position where they can ignore what is happening, whereas there are a lot of other people who absolutely cannot do that. And that also has to do with geographic class stratification that I think is more extreme in the US than in the more densely populated Europe. So you literally can live in one neighborhood and never see what happens in another neighborhood, which is very obvious where I live, San Diego, which is right at the border to Mexico. And the San Diego-Tijuana border is one where a lot of the really absolutely disgusting, inhuman immigration policies are literally located. People are left out on the street in the middle of the night. People are dropped by ICE just on a corner without any money, without a phone, nothing. And if you live in the neighborhood where my university is located, you never see that. So this ability to ignore reality, I think, is a huge problem.
I'm also ignoring the time. I've been seeing several notes that we're over time. I didn't understand can we have questions still? Great, thank you. Oh, okay. I think you're generous. I already saw that we're over, but thank you, Rebecca. So let's gather a few questions or comments. I mean, you don't have to force yourself into a question. You can also just comment if you want. That we just collect a few and then have to conclude. If there, yes, there is one question over there or a comment.
Thank you. I apologize for my English, but I will try to. I have a question about the position of the little man that we talked last evening, the ordinary little man. I'm not an ordinary little man. I'm a dentist. I'm a father. I'm white. I'm hetero, I'm German, I'm Turk, and I can speak English. But I have seen a film in Mannheim Heidelberg Film Festival, and it was from, the film was from Burkina Faso, the third longest film in his history. That was for 10 years. Or perhaps 15. It was about a family who left their village, a young family. They left their village in order to live in a bigger city in Burkina Faso, and according to their traditions, an old man should come and visit this family at home where they live, and they have to. He has to talk about their history, about the traditions, about their Heimat, about their belongings, about their national roots, or something like that. You know. Of course, it's a young couple. They want to live according to West values, and they don't want to do with these old traditions. They were not happy because of this situation. Good. The old man has to talk about this history with the small child of this family, and they are sitting under a big African tree, and it's a huge tree, and the old man asks the little child, "Hey, what did you learn at school? I'm sorry. What did you learn at school today?" And he say, "We talked about today Charles Darwin." Okay, what does Charles Darwin say? They say, "We are coming from monkeys." And the old man says, "Really? We are coming from monkeys?" And the child says, "Yes, we are coming from monkeys." And the man says, "That's not true. We are coming from our grandfather is a König, is a king." And that's I want to ask this point. We have the, I'm sorry, it's really too much. Yeah, I think that's the point what I want to ask. We are talking about de-heimatizing. I'm also against such kind of conceptions, nationalism, sexism, Heimat, or something like that. But at the same time, the little man needs such kind of stories, such kind of mythos, such kind of religion. What do you talk about it? I'm really sorry that it would take too long time.
Okay. One more question.
Thank you so much for these fantastic papers. I found them really very energizing, and also the talk about the last night's talk. I had one question about the affective tone of de-heimatized belonging and politics. What would be the affective? We understood the affective tone of Heimat, and that soothing which goes as a masquerade, or like, you know, this masked process of how the processes, genocidal or other forms of violent processes, are being masked in that form of soothing. But what would be the affective tone of the heimatized politics and belonging? And one notion that which came to my mind, I don't know if this is a German term or not, but it's used very much in anarchist politics. It's heimatlos. So no borders, no nations, and this and that, and that's also kind of, you know, in circulation here and there. And there, you know, usually it would be like one, some of the things would be like kind of, you know, resentment, for instance, would be something which is very pronounced, or like the joy going into political organizing and this and that. So I would be very happy if you could say a few words about the affective tone of de-heimatized belonging and politics. Thank you.
One more? There was a third one, and then we'll close it off. Oh, no. Yes.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask that when we're answering the questions, that we do what we can to assure that capital is not outside of this conversation. I think the comments about empire and colonialism had already put that forth. So I'm a little nervous about thinking about things effectively and thinking about things viscerally, and we're having an intellectual conversation about something that's deeply rooted in a history of capitalism. So if we could have that be part of the conversation, I'm just asking.
Thank you. Let's just do a final maybe round, and you can just choose to which you would like to respond. Would you like to go ahead, Fatima?
To the last question, I think capitalism has been part of the conversation. I think we all agree that it has to be, and I think we all centered in our work. To the first question, I don't think only the little man needs stories. Everybody needs stories, and I'm a historian, and history is about that. It's about storytelling, and as a historian, I also know that stories never stay the same. There's not just one story, and it's also an illusion to imagine that there was a world that was different, where everybody agreed on one story, and then suddenly things changed and everything became splintered. That's not how it is. This story that was in the film in Burkina Faso could have taken place everywhere, anytime. There's always this changing of stories from generation to generation. And as I said, the very profession of history is based on this storytelling. And I think what we want are different stories, more inclusive stories, and the realization that you need to have more than one story. I think a big root of the problems we have on the discursive level is the enforcement of one story and the silencing of everyone who doesn't fit into the story or who wants to tell a different story. It's an illusion that we can agree. What we can is have an actual conversation and a coexistence of different stories. And I can't say anything about affective things, so I'll leave that one to you.
Yeah, and I think that idea of the stories is really important, and it came up last night. The first question in your first response to your talk, and it was and again, I think this is about the categories we use, which disallow those kind of different stories or multiple stories, right? So if you have the little man does not exist. There's no such thing as the little man, right? The little man has lots of different names. All their ancestors have names. All the different places where they come from have names. All the politics that they're doing or confronting has names, right? If we just say the little man, then we start to make these homologies, i.e. that, you know, this is the same story everywhere, right? So what's different to was it the Kleiner man? What's different to that to the person in Rojava trying to defend their land, right? Then power and politics simply just disappears, right? So there is no such thing as a little man. It does not exist. There's people embedded in politics, and politics has power, hierarchy, opposition, all that kind of stuff. And if we're thinking about Heimat, the way that you were initially putting it up, then because power is differential, that's why we need the different stories that Fatima's talking about.
Thank you. And I think that's a great question, Umut, about the effects of de-heimatization. Not a ready answer yet, but clearly I would react to the Heimat laws, maybe, which again includes a loss discussion in it. And I'm just a little bit wary about all of these terms that already presuppose, you know, given existence of something that can be lost, right? So maybe we have to think about what we can create and not what we lose. So that's a very short answer and can be developed maybe later on more. I am seeing the organizers looks at me that I definitely have to conclude the panel. I want to thank all of you very, very much. Thank you, dear Fatima. Thank you, Robbie, for your contributions, and also thank you, Erin, in case she's watching via live stream still. Thank you all to the audience. This was just the beginning. We will continue at 2 o'clock with the next panel that will deal with the algorithms of belonging. And I hope that the discussions on race and racism, we will also keep continuing there and inquire also in that panel. And yeah, have a good lunch for now. Thank you very much.
Hello. It's really low. Hello, everybody. Welcome back after the lunch break. I hope you all found something to eat. Let me thank you again, Bilgin Ayata, Robbie Shilliam, Fatima El-Tayeb, and Aaron Keskin for the great first talk. Thanks again to HU and BIM for having us today. We will now turn from the historical perspectives to a specificity of our contemporary lives, which changes notions of space, senses of distance, and localization. The second panel investigates the contribution of digital technologies to the development of new forms of identity and belonging. Professor Manuela Boyajev and her guests will look into the development of new configurations of digital homelands. They will touch upon topics such as digital self-organization and post-colonial computing. Please welcome Professor Manuela Boyajev, Vice Director of the Berlin Institute for Integration and Migration Research and Professor for Globalized Cultures at Leuphana University in Lüneburg. She has been working extensively on a variety of subjects, including migration, racism, cultural theory, political and economic anthropology. Currently, she researches on the digitalization of labor and configurations of real and virtual migration. Apart from her teaching and research activities, she's co-curator with Caroline Emke of the Archive of Refuge at Haus der Kulturen der Welt, and co-curated the research and conference project Dangerous Conjunctures on the relevance of Balibas Wallenstein's Race, Class, Nation at HKW Berlin. Please welcome Professor Manuela Boyajev.
Hello from me, and thank you so much for this general introduction. And also, on behalf of the Berlin Institute for Migration and Integration Research, I would very much like to thank the Gorki for this excellent cooperation, and all the organizers on both sides for the fantastic teamwork to come up with this excellent conference and event, and of course to Bilgin Ayata for the concept of this event. Our present panel and the discussion for the next 1.5 hours is dedicated to the theme algorithms of belonging. Before I introduce our distinguished and dear speakers, friends indeed, let me briefly explain the purpose of this so-themed conversation and where I see it sits within this conference. As we all know, the idea of Heimat has been closely related to a particular idea of the nation form of the state. Heimat, thus, cannot be conceived without this idea, without the political project of nationalist belonging. Very simple. The morning session has been dedicated, the one before, has been dedicated to the variegated spaces of racism, inseparable from class and exploitation across the globe, and how it contributes, and at times even contradicts, to an idea of the nation and its members, and how this culminates in the current dangerous conjuncture that we find ourselves in. The panel after this one will look at the gendered dimensions of this idea of belonging, of the unavoidable interconnectedness between racist formations and sexist reproductions of our societies. After all, the quotidian question, for example, who gets to marry whom, and who gets to have children together, and to whom they then have the right to inherit their personal wealth, lies at the core of the reproduction of the nation-state. It is also here where we need to understand why the current strengthening of the political right, in the different ways in which it exists across the globe, goes hand in hand with violent acts against LGBTQI communities, feminist, black, migrant, or indigenous organizing. The nation-state, as state theorist Nikos Poulantzas has reminded us, goes along with the historicization of a territory and the territorialization of a history. This entails the fictitious effect of a double camouflage. The history of different spaces lies in hiding, and at the same time, the historical relationship between social actors is severed, tamed in a national narrative. Why would we introduce a debate of algorithms and new composition of belonging associated with it into this discussion? If we think of the nation-state project of space-making and a corresponding impregnation with a national story and narrative, we need to understand how the dimension of digital space alters it. In the early days of the web, digital technologies were seen as tools that could bring a heterotopic cyberspace into being, a place beyond space, detethered from the material world, and beyond all its insubscribed insufficiencies. But the heydays of the internet are over. A great pessimism has come about, just to name a few keywords here. The wheelings and dealings of Cambridge Analytica and its financially strong supporters, racist attacks in Christchurch and Halle blamed onto cyberculture and online games, the matter of surveillance and the domination of global internet giants. After all, the time when people celebrated that Facebook, with its 2.4 billion users, was far bigger of a community than the European Union of States, with its 250 million citizens, is certainly over. But regardless if one subscribes to optimism or pessimism, it is clear that digital technologies and culture are profoundly changing the political, social, and economic questions which are at stake today. From the technologies used at the various borders of Europe and elsewhere to the smartphones used by migrants attempting to cross these very borders, from the online movements like Me Too to organized right-wing hate campaigns in social media, or from new forms of digital and fractionalized labor taking place online to Skype parenting across borders and time zones. Clearly, the questions of Heimat and belonging and all the underlying social and material questions have to be reframed in the age of ubiquitous digital technology and the automation, outsourcing, and offshoring that comes through with it. While we find the focus on social media, hate speech, and counter-campaigns so heatedly debated today, at least in Germany, a good starting point, we argue that such a focus needs to be broadened. Digital technology is not just providing a new discursive sphere, rather, it is transforming all the material and political institutions and practices that underlie questions of nation, state, citizenship, and how racism and belonging, the politics of solidarity and affect, get transformed. What we have to ask are the spaces and times of the major categories vis-à-vis such major transformations. If the title of this panel states that belonging is today a question of algorithms, this is true in numerous ways. One can understand it by looking at the picture of a landscape someone posts on social media and calling it Heimat. Or by the major digital databases that are being built across the globe, not only by state actors, but by major companies, identifying all citizens of a certain state or knowing of our DNA. Or by the facial recognition software deciding if someone is allowed to enter a certain space, tested not far from here at Schönefeld Airport. From the algorithms steering new forms of preventive policing and automated surveillance, which are potentially, no, probably biased, new forms of digital labor exploitation across borders, digital technologies are transforming the very questions of this Herbstsalon in material and profound ways. With this panel, we therefore propose to add an infrastructural and material approach to the question how digital technology and culture are remaking our contemporary world. We hope to understand how digital technologies contribute to the development of new forms and practices of identity and belonging. We want to analyze how historically developed power relations are reproduced and transformed within the digital world. And we want to debate how these power relations are inscribed in data sets, algorithms, and rules of interaction that is the political and effective infrastructure of our contemporary world. By this, we finally hope to understand and address the question of the digital as deeply embedded in daily practices and an urgent question of indeterminate political and social conflict whose outcome, I'm afraid, is open and up to all of us. So let me introduce our guests in the chronology of their appearance. Winifred Poster teaches in international affairs at Washington University, St. Louis. Her interests are in digital globalization, feminist labor theory, and technologies of activism. With a regional focus on South Asia, she follows the outsourcing of US high-tech and call center firms to India. Her ethnographic research explores transformations in ICT work through automation, artificial intelligence, crowdsourcing, and virtual assistance. She also has projects on surveillance, national borders, and cybersecurity, appearing in Nature and Wired Germany. She's a co-author of books like Invisible Labor and Borders in Service. Winnie's work has been extremely instructive for my own understanding of the digitization of labor and migration, and she will speak to us about racial surveillance in the digital service economy and the role of consumers and workers in order to move on to an overview of a transnational and online labor teaching reading group and her social justice activities. So for everyone who has been here before, the question of how can we de-heimatize, this will certainly be captured in this panel as well. The second speaker is Seda Gürses. She's an assistant professor in the Department of Multi-Actor Systems at the Technical University in Delft and an affiliate at the Computer Security and Industrial Cryptography Group, in short, COSIC, at the Katholische Universität Leuven. Previously, she was a research associate at the Center for Information Technology and Policy at Princeton University and a fellow at the Media, Culture, and Communications Department at NYU Steinhardt and at the Information Law Institute at NYU Law School. Seda's work focuses on privacy enhancing and protective optimization technologies, privacy engineering, as well as questions around software infrastructures, social justice, and political economy as they intersect with computer science. She's also a member of the Brussels-based feminist arts collective Constant VZW, which produces work and interventions in the fields of art, media, and technology. For me, Seda has, as a computational scientist, is the person to turn to explain all these complicated media technological matters, and at the same time, she's in an incomparable way able to translate them into pertinent political, social, and cultural issues. And since we all know that the internet is all about the nice things, cost efficiency, time budget allocation, and of course, optimization of all kinds, Seda's lecture will introduce us to the relation between such optimization ideals and the inbuilt effects of algorithmic discrimination. I hope that in our discussion, we will also get around to discuss with her the forms and practices of techno-social resistance that she sees. Our third speaker is Nishant Shah. He's the vice president of the research at the Art ISAT University of the Arts and a knowledge partner on aesthetic warfare and digital earth projects with the Humanist Development Agency HIVOS in the Netherlands. His work is at the intersections of digital technologies, affect social identities, radical humanism, techno-social subjectivities, and practices of collectivity. Shah is the co-founder of the Policy Research Institute Center for Internet and Society in Bangalore, India, and a regular columnist on questions of everyday digital technologies with the Indian Express. For us, he will be setting up the framework of thinking through authorship, authenticity, and authority, and understanding the contemporary challenges in intellectual property and ownership, and how they play out in the digital world. Okay, so let me say a few final words about the structure of this session. We commence with 3 short lectures of each 15 minutes by Winnie, Seda, and Nishant. And then I ask them to relate to each other's works very briefly, and then we open up to you, the audience. So please join me in welcoming Winifred Poster. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, thanks. Okay, thank you so much to the organizers. I know there were many of them because there was intersecting events. There were a lot of people who helped me personally get here, and I'm so grateful to all of them. So I would like to start by referring back to our central theme. So if Heimat is about exclusions of race and ethnicity to vis-a-vis the nation, I want to talk about how online platforms are participating in those exclusions. And I'm going to draw from a piece that I wrote in this volume here, which I highly recommend. Ruha Benjamin is quite a brilliant scholar. And in this chapter that I wrote here, I talk about how economic exchanges are now moving online through a new set of intermediaries, platforms, social media, artificial intelligence. And in the process, this is giving a new type of agency to the public. And this agency is to conduct widespread racialized surveillance. Now, this is a term that I borrow from Simone Brown in another wonderful book. Here, she describes the historical role that the public played in the US in carrying out the everyday surveillance of slavery, that this required people at a local level to carry out slave patrols and lantern laws and a whole bunch of very egregious activities. I would like to argue that similar things are now happening in the contemporary digital service economy, but it's not always emphasized by the scholarship. So if you look at the literature, they are often concerned with institutional level contributions to online discrimination, so legal systems and such. But I would like to show how groups of everyday people are participating in this racialized surveillance. So this could be consumers, people who are buying things, workers, people who are offering their services, employers who are seeking applicants, and users of platforms that mediate all of the above. So I'm going to give you 4 contexts in which this racialized surveillance is happening, and I want to emphasize how in each case, what happens is that the users or consumers are focusing on a real or imagined digital body of the person that they are interacting with. And in each case, they focus on a different aspect of that digital body that mediates in their mind that exchange. So I'll start with the platforms for hiring, financial exchanges, and selling. And what happens here is what I call kind of click surveillance. So people are viewing profiles, and then they are surveilling the profile, for racial characteristics, and then they're making a selection. And this is an example here from kiva.com. Now, this website is interesting because it's basically taking international development and putting it in the hands of the public. It's crowdsourcing lending. So these are microloans, like $50 loans, to people in the global south. And so actors in the global north are then the ones who are now making the decisions about who is a good candidate for a loan. And what the research is showing is that when people are making these decisions, they are actually looking at things like names and backgrounds, and especially faces, hands, figures, skin tone, and that people are more likely to fund people who are smaller versus larger size, who are light-skinned versus darker-skinned, and attractive versus unattractive, whatever, how they define that. This is an example of, how the public is sort of engaging in this surveillance process. Another kind of click surveillance of this kind is with ride-hailing and rental property platforms. So here, customers are surveilling a number of things, but I'll just focus on how consumers are, in some cases, surveilling the geographic locations of where people are living or where they're traveling. So with Airbnb, for instance, one study of Europe and the US found that customers or guests were willing to pay up to 16% more for staying in a residence of a person who is non-Arab or non-African. So they are, surveilling the names and the location of the place, and in their mind where this is taking place, and then they're clicking for white places to live. Now, the other kind of racialized surveillance that I have been seeing is one that is communicative based. It's not just clicking, it's actually interacting through talk and text. And this is happening in two ways. So one is with live humans who they're talking with on the phone, and another is with avatars or bots that they are texting with. My research is with Indian call centers. So this is a process of where a lot of the phone work, 1-800 number work that has to be done for the global north is now shifting to places like India and the Philippines, where workers are English-speaking, for the US, and much cheaper. And what's happening is that customers who are interacting with them are surveilling these workers for their accents. And so this here is a website called Get to Human. It's a consumer-generated website of different kinds of companies and their phone numbers so you can access them. But what they're doing at the same time is they have this new feature here that they're so proud of that assesses agent communications. So this is where they are rating, literally with red flags, how good or bad the accent is of the workers. And this has a clickable link to a Google group where people are then in great detail expressing their animosity towards foreign workers and their accents and a number of other things. A growing trend now in terms of this communicative surveillance is with virtual assistants. So these are software-generated bots like Tay from Microsoft. Tay came out a few years ago in 2016 from Microsoft. She's a chat bot of racially ambiguous 20-something woman. That's what Microsoft describes her as. She was designed to go on Twitter and talk to the public as a representative of Microsoft. And the point is that she could appear human-like. She was going to be equipped with machine learning, which is a programming method where she could learn what people were saying and then mimic that kind of text, that kind of attitude. And of course, what happened is that the public immediately started to racially assess her talk and urge her towards white nationalism. And huge number of posts of very egregious things came out where she was abusing Mexicans, Blacks, and Asians. She was valorizing the Holocaust. She was calling for a race war. And so in a matter of hours, Microsoft had to take her down. And then they tried to fix her, and they put her up again, and again they had to take her down. And so my point in sort of scrolling through these various forums here, and by the way, if you want to know more about any of these things, you can check out a couple books of mine. But that whether it is a click on a platform or selecting out desirable profiles or tweeting with a bot, consumers and other members of the public are surveilling for race and nation. This has tangible outcomes in terms of people who are trying to get jobs and trying to sell things, trying to get loans, for instance. And I argue it's a distinctive type of surveillance that's watching from below. It's called surveillance versus the typical surveillance from above. But because it's so pervasive, and Manuela described this in the number of Facebook users, with millions or billions of users, it can be equally significant in reinforcing dominant racial hierarchies as other types of institutional surveillance. Platforms are enabling this to happen. They are designing many of these things into the systems, knowingly or unknowingly. They are creating a forum for the interactions of the public, and they're setting particular digitized responses for their exchanges. But aside from all that, I'll bring back a point that was made this morning about capitalism. These platforms are benefiting financially from these racialized surveillance activities. One could say that some of them, are basically driven by the click counts. So the more people who are tweeting, the more people who are discussing things, the more people who are buying, this benefits them whether or not the content is ethical or not. Now, I should point out that many companies are now, in response to campaigns, they are revising their policies, and they're trying to limit the behaviors of the public. But I would say a good number of them are failing to put in safeguards that are significantly curtailing this xenophobic and racist behavior. Okay, so now I'm going to shift to another topic, which is, in my own little way, something that I've been working on to try to address some of these larger issues. And this is in my activities as a scholar. I have been running a discussion group that started 7 years ago when Intel Corporation was interested in social issues surrounding technologies. They set up 5 centers for social computing at universities around the US. And I was part of the one that was at University of California at Irvine. So a few of us felt we needed a space to emphasize critical labor studies and merge that with science and technology studies and theories about globalization and race. So we came together to discuss labor, technology, anti-racism, feminism, and transnationalism. And our goal was to bridge the connections between the scholars and the computer scientists, engineers, technicians, practitioners, and the union activists and organizers. And so we started meeting every 2 weeks, and we continued it through video conferencing. We usually invite a speaker to talk about their work. And we started out with just a few people in a room, and now we have 250. I didn't at first think that this would be a presentable, worthy institution, but as I sat down to describe it, it became clear to me that it is more of one, so I'm going to show you a few of the themes that we've been discussing. One of our emphases is to focus on tech work and work affected by technology in the global south. We've had speakers talking about Ghana, Cambodia, Vietnam, and Chile. And the Chile case is really interesting because those set of workers were able to unionize at Walmart in a case where most of the countries in the world that hasn't happened to such an extent. We focus on intersectional issues of race, gender, sexuality, and nation. In an upcoming book on data feminism, one on encoding race and class, on risky bodies and techno-intimacy. And we have been focusing on the role of digital systems in transnational hegemonies of territory and nation. And here I note the contributions of Seda and Manuela because I know they're going to be too humble to talk about them themselves. So we're interested in the big picture of how devices, networks, and surveillance systems are supporting the hegemony of the global north in economic and political terms, but also in race, class, and gender. And I'm going to jump to, finally, our theme of activism and social change. So we invite organizers to come and talk to us and tell us about campaigns that are going on regarding labor and other issues. So one of the groups that's come to talk to us is about high-tech workers in particular. And maybe you've heard about the workers that are uprising at the big tech companies in Silicon Valley, like at Google, and Microsoft and others. This has been championed by a group called Tech Workers Coalition. They started out just in Silicon Valley, and now they are in 9 other countries as well. And they have a notable campaign called Tech Won't Build It, where they have been refusing to build systems for the Department of Defense and the military, specifically about collecting the databases for the border that Manuela was talking about. There are other kinds of organizers, labor organizers, that are focusing on other industries. So one of these is coworker.com, and we had a speaker come tell us about their really innovative strategies to use online forums and online petitions to bring workers together. So they have won historic gains from multinational firms like Starbucks and big banks like Wells Fargo, just by getting people together in this particular setting. And then they do an innovative thing also where they match the campaigns with union organizers. So they're sort of combining the labor and the tech. There are other organizations that are specifically focused on the global south. So Fair Work is an initiative that's led out of the Oxford Internet Institute, and they are helping gig workers in South Africa and India. And they're trying to use a rating system to persuade the platform owners or runners, whatever, to increase things like wages, like providing better wages. And then we also hear about particular campaigns that are happening in regions of the world. So this was one that's happening in China. Jack Q came and told us about this one, where organizers at a tech factory were being physically abused and jailed and then disappeared. And so this is an online letter of support for those workers from academics. Sometimes we hear about scholars organizing scholars themselves. So we heard this morning a representative from Turkey and the repression that's happening there. So there's an organization called Academics for Peace, and we had a representative come tell us about their initiatives to create a space for academics who are in exile, and they actually teach courses through this website. And just as a last example, we also use technology to sort of create alternative spaces for our activities. So we had one of our sessions on Second Life, which is a virtual world. And so here's us. Here's people speaking over here. And then these are the audience members over here. This is their island called Virtual Ability. So this is a place designed to help people who have challenges with hearing, sight, and physical mobility. And by using this venue, we were able to provide services so that people could hear and people could see. We had on the side, there was a text-based commentary going on simultaneously. And we also got to hear about workers online who are using Second Life as a place for entrepreneurial activity when they can't leave their homes or they have other debilitating experiences that prevent them from going out to the regular market. So just to end, a lot comes out of this group. I'm here today because of this group, because of our connections. And the things that come out of it are, typical academic things, there's publications, and we work on workshops together and conferences and things like that. But I think there's something else more fundamental that I didn't realize until a woman from Turkey, a computer scientist, said that she wanted to join the group just to watch us. And I said, why do you want to watch us? And she said, because it's a model of online collaboration. And I think that is what we were trying to do, is to create an alternative space using technology for social change. So that's my call to everybody. Thanks. There we go. All right. Thank you.
Ja. Hallo. Ich wollte sagen, ich werde den Vortrag auf Englisch halten, aber ich wollte vorher einfach Bescheid geben, dass wenn Leute Fragen auf Deutsch stellen möchten, ich werde mein Bestes tun, die gut zu verstehen und zu antworten. Okay. All right, and kind of a disclaimer, I studied at the Humboldt University. I started studying here in '96. I graduated in 2003. I also started my PhD at Humboldt University. I studied long because I thought that was a proof of my integration of studying long at the university. And I have to say, when I studied here, I could not have imagined this room to ever happen. At the same time, I was part of Kanakatak, and I would talk about digital politics, and it was kind of like years apart, and at the same time, I couldn't imagine anti-racist migration politics to be so present in the rooms of Humboldt University. And I think I'm only at the university because of these people, and I thank everyone for coming here, but also making this room possible, so thank you. All right, so I think I'm gonna take us somewhat behind the screen to kind of look at the production of technology as a way to make maybe even deeper going connections between technology production, so not just as consumption, and resistance and social justice. And specifically, I'm going to try to make an argument that we are no longer looking at systems that we can call information and communication technologies, but that we're transforming into something that I'm going to call optimization systems. And to make my point, I'm going to take you to the land of these men. These gentlemen, it's not a video on whether you can dance or not. It is a cry of joy, but what are they celebrating? Does anybody in the room know what they're celebrating? Do we have anyone? Guesses? What is it?
Just said Tea Party.
Tea Party. It could be, but it isn't. First Apple computer. Well, it's Bill Gates, so that's his competitor. I'll play it again, because it's always so nice to play again. Okay, so, okay, it's the Windows 95 software release party, okay? Okay, so imagine, this is symbolic. They were super excited, okay? Like they really, and they invited, big name artists to come in. They lit up the Empire State Building in New York with Windows 95. These were the times when people would queue up not for Apple iPhones, but for software, right? Like you would go and get your box of Windows. Of course, it's almost like an age test. Like if I would say, how many of you have installed software from DVDs? Put your hands up. Okay, put your hand down if you haven't. Put your hand down if you haven't installed from a CD-ROM. CD-ROM? Okay. Diskettes. There you go. So those are the oldest people in the room. Okay, all right. So now that we've got the age thing disclosed, good. So software used to be different. We produced it in very, very different ways, okay? And from a computer science or software engineer perspective, it would be that you would code for 2-3 years, and then you would put the software on a disk or a CD-ROM, DVD, depending on the time, and then it would go into a box, and that box was shrink-wrapped. It had this plastic cover around it, and then it would be shipped. Right? And that's when the party happens. The party happens because we just shipped the software. And then the customers would go to shops and get the boxes. They would undo the shrink wrap, which meant that they went into a contractual agreement with Microsoft at the time. So it was an economic movement to like unwrap this thing. And then they would go to their devices and install the software. Okay? Today, we rarely install software. Right? We download apps. We use our browser to get access to services. So something fundamentally has shifted. And what I'm going to show is that that shift is basically an explanation for a lot of the things that Winnie was talking about. And I just want to geek out for a moment, just bear with me, to be able to talk about this shift that we see from information systems to optimization systems. So to give you a kind of an intuitive example, I'm going to compare typing, whatever you do, typing on Microsoft Word versus using, let's say, Google Docs or Windows 365. So how it would work with Microsoft Word is you go to the shop, you get the Office box, you come home and you install, right? So this causes a bunch of problems. First of all, the software developers have to let go of the code. So they need to finish. By the finish line, they can't correct anymore. Maintenance becomes an issue of the user. And it needs to go in a box, so updating is also not very easy. So if you make mistakes, you're doomed until the next update, which might be a year later. It also means that your software has to meet everybody's hardware, and that was not always the case. This is when you got phone calls from like relatives who asked you if you know how to install software. Also for updates and maintenance, right? Like if your kind of license ran out, again, like there was this alarming moment. Users were in control of software. One could say that's good, maybe not so. And maybe very, very important is that you had to pay in advance, right? Like you had a pirate copy, which is good, but like you had to potentially pay in advance. And if you're an organization or a company or a university, you can imagine you had to buy thousands of licenses at once, which is a big money commitment. What happens now is that the code remains with the developers. They are on the servers. And in fact, many times you've heard the word cloud. Cloud is basically an economically optimized form of serving these services, okay? So when we use services now, we open our software, our computers or our phones, and we connect through the web browser or through the apps to these services. This is why as soon as there's no internet, your apps don't work anymore, right? Because a lot of the service functionality is on the server. That means that developers do not have to go away and hide for 2-3 years and then come out with extreme moments of joy, but they actually, right? But they actually can incrementally build software, which is kind of better. They can respond to how the users are using the software. And this part is very key, because while with Microsoft Word on your computer, Microsoft did not see the documents you wrote and every click you made and every kind of use of the menus, with Google Docs, they can now see everything you do and they hold all of your documents. Now, this seems like a big surveillance problem, but it's actually also an opportunity for including users in the production of software. Right, so now as a developer, I just develop a few features, I throw them at my users, I then look to see how they use them, and I optimize for my company those features that make the most money, okay? Or I make the ones that don't make money disappear. So this is the new model, so it's a service model or the server client model, which means that data is secured and maintained including the service maintained by the service provider. Update and maintenance issues are all part of the developers, so the users don't have to do this work, so we're going to argue this is a good thing. We can now have collaborative documents, right? Like we don't send these humongous attachments of Microsoft Word documents that are badly versioned, so you work on the wrong version and lose all this time. This is not anymore. You can just go to Google Docs and edit at the same time. And the significant change is you pay as you use, right? You don't make a prior payment, but you pay for subscriptions, if you have Netflix or Spotify, for example, or you pay with your data, as some people call it, because you look at advertisement. That's another way to do it. Okay, so there are lots of implications to this. It's very politically, economically relevant, but what it does is basically it collapses the production and consumption of software into one phase, right? Before you produce software as a developer, you put it in a box, and then the users start using it. Now the production and use are one phase, and you use the users to constantly optimize the features and optimize basically the software that you have. So this is where I say the kind of shift to optimization systems happens, where you're using not only mathematical and computer science forms, but also managerial forms of optimization to build your systems, right? So it's no longer about just giving people functionality, but optimizing the behavior of the users in order to extract value for your company. Okay, so there's a huge transformation. We're not just having systems that give us information so that we can store it and organize it and have like knowledge databases with the accompanying problem of surveillance. We have systems that capture the world and then give signals to the world in order to create situations to extract value. Very different system. It's not about knowing, in fact, at all. So this is in that sense an epistemological shift as well in these systems. One could call it a cybernetic fantasy or nightmare, depending on where you come from. But what's really important is that every feedback that these systems get are metricized, you measure them, and used to optimize both the features and the businesses for the extraction of value. Okay, so I think the capitalism point is clear? Yeah? Okay. All right, so it was asked, and whoever asked it, I thank them. Absolutely, I think we cannot move away from that problem. Okay, so let me try to give you a concrete example of what it means for our world to be ordered by optimization systems. And I'm going to use location services because it really makes it very tangible, even though it's very intangible stuff. So how many of you have played Pokemon Go? Okay, less than people who installed from diskettes. So this is, all right. Okay, so if you can imagine, Pokemon Go is a system for the co-creation of ideal geographies for the extraction of value, right? I want to give people information so that they go to places where I can then extract value, okay? And Pokemon Go is, in a sense, an experiment for building further location services in which you can show to your investors that you can make people move in different ways, in certain ways, and gather in certain places, and they will do it because they think it's a great thing to do. It's fun, right? They'll actually close down streets and neighborhoods and just so that they can catch some Pokemon and have investors very happy at the same time. So that's the trick of services, okay? And specifically, I want to go into the example of Waze. This is kind of maybe more known to people who drive, and in a city like Berlin, where there's a lot of public transport, it might not be so known to you. Waze is it's owned by Google. It's an Israeli company, and what they do is they give you alternative routes if there's a traffic jam, let's say on a freeway. So if you're on the freeway and there's a huge jam, it will say, okay, get off the freeway, go on the surface roads, and then you can go from A to B faster. So in a sense, they optimize the time to travel for the users that they have, right? It turns out traffic engineers studied this, and Waze not only causes a lot of problems for the neighborhoods because it channels a bunch of cars into them, but it increases congestion overall. So it not only does it not necessarily make going from A to B faster for the users, but it actually causes more congestion, especially on the surface streets, which decongest slower. So this means that the system, by amplifying selfish behavior and supposedly optimizing the system, causes more congestion. So in a sense, it optimizes for asocial behavior. Furthermore, Waze kind of makes money because it disregards the effects of Waze on the populations and the environments that are affected by the Waze traffic. This is a car stuck in Los Angeles. The road is definitely not made for fire trucks and limousines. However, Waze consistently throws cars down this road. People also often fly into people's gardens. And you know, both the residents of this city and the municipality have contacted Waze and asked for the change, and the company has disregarded their complaint, saying it would be too expensive for them to change the so-called algorithm. Okay. And what's also interesting from the optimization systems perspective and the way that Waze demonstrates this is that you optimize over a population, you take the ones that are most optimal to your business case, right? And it is, in fact, the case that if few people use Waze, they might get from A to B faster. If everybody uses it, there's what the traffic engineers called price of anarchy, which is like really amazing to have all these traffic engineers thinking about anarchy. But, all right, so we have all already been represented or a confrontation with the harms and risks of optimization systems. We didn't think about them as such. So what I'm trying to do is just give you a very basic view into software engineering to understand why we have, for example, asymmetrical concentration of powers, because you have to gather a lot of data to optimize, and you have a lot of benefit from being the first one in the market. Social sorting is a term from Oscar Gandhi and later from surveillance studies, which says that you take the part of the population that is optimal for you and sort out those that are not interesting for you, maybe systematically causing the sorting out of these populations. Mass manipulation, that's the Cambridge Analytica case. Majority dominance, because you're using statistical decision-making, utilitarian decision-making, which often favors the majority, and minority erasure kind of goes hand in hand with that. In mathematical terms, we try to put this kind of framework for computer scientists to look at. We make this whole list, and in the middle is a bunch of things that happen as a result of machine learning, or its popular form, it's called AI, which is that as soon as you put all sort of resource allocation problems into a utilitarian function that decides what's the best outcome for the population, you will make errors, right? And these errors, the question is who is going to carry these errors, is part of the externalities that these systems cause, and we try to think about these as well as the impact on the environment and the optimization of asocial behavior. And we're not the only ones we're doing this work, but there's a whole community now within computer science, but also in other fields, who has understood that these errors are significant, okay? Because what you're doing is you're stuffing big populations, making decisions on them in automated and optimized ways, where errors can maybe cause social sorting or significantly impact certain populations. This work has been picked up under the title of algorithmic discrimination. I'm assuming some of you have heard of algorithmic discrimination. It's this idea that algorithmic systems will make decisions that especially negatively impact marginalized, historically marginalized communities. It became very popular both in academia but also in popular press. You can't see this, it's a layered picture of a white man and a black woman, and this is a system called Compass, which is somewhat different from the systems I talked about, which gives risk scores to judges to decide whether they should put somebody on, if they should let somebody go after their arrest. And you can, what the people have found out is that the errors err for black people so that they always almost have higher risk scores than white people, right? So making them more likely not to be let free after their arrest. So this is just one very popular example. It's in the US, the example is given in the social justice system. But what it has done is that it has kind of led to a huge, let's say, research and company love for this topic, which is very, very interesting, which I kind of want to talk about for a moment, to say algorithms can discriminate, so we need to make sure that algorithms give out equitable outcomes, right? Not just parity, right? Equal outcomes. So if white people are going to go to prison and black people are going to go to prison, they're going to be more like they're going to be equally likely to go to prison. Right? Okay, so, okay. So what has happened, this is from one of the organizations that, I believe it's from, it's Future of Privacy Forum. So there are all these organizations that work with companies that build optimization systems who are worried about algorithmic discrimination, who are now coming up with these ontologies of what is discrimination and how the algorithm should be tweaked potentially to address that, right? So basically what they have done is turned a social justice question like discrimination into a mathematical one that will go into an infrastructure. And this is basically the ontology of action, okay? Okay. Whether this is good or bad, I think is something I would like to discuss with you. Okay. If we move aside and say, okay, we're not going to just look at the interface and the algorithm as it meets people, but we want to go all the way down to the production of optimization systems. What are some critiques of optimization systems that we can build on? So Marta Poon says, what optimization systems do is they introduce a logic of operational control that focuses on outcomes rather than processes. So Waze doesn't care if you get from A to B while destroying neighborhoods, right? The most important thing is at the end of the month, they can say, 80% of our users got from A to B faster, we're good, okay? McKelvey says, techniques of optimization is not just about techniques of logistics and control, but it's about discourses legitimizing a mathematical state as a solution to a social contention. He studies the internet protocols, and he looks at the ways in which when people raise political questions about internet protocols, they say, well, this solution is optimal. Look, it's optimal, isn't it? We've optimized it over all of these criteria, and therefore it's better, and we don't need to talk about that political stuff. What I already talked about collapsing of production and consumption at the beginning. So what happens with optimization systems, or if you want to call them AI systems, is that you take a bunch of labor that users are doing and turn it into something about data extraction and computation. So you hide labor and just call it, we just need more data, or we just need more compute, or cloud infrastructures. As a result, what happens with these systems is we basically convert all sorts of social, political, cultural, and governance issues into economic questions. Is it optimal? What is the cost? And how are we going to solve it, right? Everything becomes a resource allocation, and everything becomes an economic question. Let's see, that's the last one. So Oscar Gandhi again says that, coming back to the errors, that if you want to maximize profit with these systems and you want to manage your risk with these systems, you're going to be very likely to hide your errors, right? So if certain populations are being negatively affected by these systems, you're going to have all the reasons to hide that kind of negative effect. So tying it to the theme of this conference, here are 3 systems where we see optimization systems being integrated into nation-state population management infrastructure. So the top one on the right is a project from the European Commission where they're basically optimizing borders by putting smart lie detection systems at the borders. They're testing them in 4 countries, or they said they would until there was a lot of protest. So basically, it's this idea that you can make borders faster if you can see if the applicants who are coming through are lying through using machine learning, right? And so you can see, yes, I can make an algorithmic discrimination argument there and say, if you're black and if you, have short hair, you're more likely to be discriminated by the algorithm. But I would say this system itself is a racial object, and so just looking at the algorithm is not sufficient, and I think this is one of the main points I'm trying to make here. The bottom right-hand side is it's the job services from Austria. They just introduced an algorithm which is now in contention because the algorithm decides whether you should get retraining if you're unemployed, and it decides that based on whether you are reemployable, and it turns out that if you're a woman and immigrant and have children, you are less likely to be reemployable, so you will not get training possibilities. And finally, there's a whole series in The Guardian right now about not only how these systems, when they are applied to welfare systems, cause trouble for people who are already poor, deepening their poverty, but it's also a change of a lot of money from government services to private companies. Just last notes, I'm about to finish, is that there has been very great resistance coming towards optimization systems, I would say not surprisingly from the US. Partially because these systems are extensively applied there, but also there has been great community organizing. And I have to say that the organizing has not been at the level of algorithms, but calling for abolition of these systems. And as a computer scientist, it's very interesting to stand here and say, yes, I agree with the moratorium on facial recognition, and I actually also believe that we should deeply question these infrastructures and not wait till they appear on our screens. Thank you.
you. Thank you. All right. Hi. Good afternoon. It's actually very unnerving to follow people like Winifred and Sarah who come with so much like years of expertise talking about these really deep issues. Because as the IT administrator of my university will tell you, when I do research, I'm largely watching pictures of babies dancing, cute cats on the internet, conspiracy theories on Reddit, pirating software and intellectual property rights material, and pornography. And I'm going to talk about all of it today in order to make a much larger claim, apparently, about questions of capitalism, race, and belonging. So let's see how that goes. So I'm particularly interested today to talk about algorithms in the context of sharing, right? Because sharing is often introduced as an answer to algorithmic anxieties. And lately, invariably, all conversations around sharing take up this particular Disney-fied form of talking about how we share, because it talks about collaboration and participation and remixing and reusing and new forms of distribution, of access, of production, of service, of delivery. So there is this, what I have coined, surplus optimism that gets associated with sharing, right? Which makes us believe that we live in a world of plenty with excess of resources, and that we need to share them. So sharing, as you all know already, becomes a battle cry of our times and manifests itself in many different kinds of spaces. So from social media platforms like the kind that Winifred and Sarah have already shown, that share your information and data, to social Kickstarter campaigns like Kiva, in fact, where you share your resources and money, from governments and policymakers that think our new sharing exercises, to informal economies like Airbnbs and Uber, which are trying to commodify and share our free time, leisure, social relationships, and if you are on Ashley Madison, then also your love lives and your partners, right? So sharing has become this great paradox where we continuously talk about collectivity and togetherness, while in fact destroying the things that we do share in common, which is, for example, the global climate, political and civil liberties, and public welfare. So there seems to be this paradox of the more we share, the more we seem to destroy the things that we already hold in the commons. And this paradox is perhaps important to realize because it is in the very heart of understanding sharing as a process. The call to share is basically based on two things, right? One, that there is an excess of a resource which can be distributed to meet the needs of many people. And second, that this resource is actually scarce and is not abundant, and people are really mean and don't want to share, and hence we must have algorithms. Because they will do the sharing. They will, in fact, come up with equity which we are unable to do. They will be racially neutral, because human beings are just not colorblind, but in fact color immersed in many different ways, right? But sharing becomes a black box, especially when it comes to the notion of the algorithmic. It produces a variety of buzzwords that all seem to hold the promise of transformation and change, but serve only one purpose: to extend and expand the scope of those who profit from the sharing. That is my contribution to capitalism. I'm done now, right? So, which is why when we are faced with the failure of shared practices, and we know that there is a history of shared practice failure, like every single big tech company which started with sharing is eventually collapsing on itself. We seem to do nothing but sharing, and yet the world index, so it's really bizarre because we seem to be sharing more and more, and if you just even look at something as stupid as the World Index of Economic Prosperity and Happiness, everything seems to be on decline. But when we are faced with the failure of sharing, as Asha Achyutan, who's a feminist scientist of technology and science, talks that there are two pre-wired responses that we generate. Either we believe that we need more sharing to overcome the failure of sharing, and that the current investment in sharing is not enough, so every failed Silicon Valley sharing company does what I call failure pornography, where they go on a large stand and saying, we had $5 billion, we blew it up, it all fell apart, now somebody give us more money because we need to share some more, right? Or we agree that the number of people participating in sharing practices is low, and because they're not volunteering to share, we will just share on their behalf, or in other words, surveillance, forcing people into sharing practices of different kinds. And so we need to find better tools for sharing, or we need to find more people to join the process. And we continue this discourse through specific focus on different processes that make us believe that change is just around the corner, that sharing is going to be disruptive and that it will dislocate the narratives of threat, misery, exclusion, and violence, which have been the promises of the digital as they bear fruition. So all of these questions are largely on how to share, right? The platforms, the crowdsourced communities, the distributed algorithms, and the methods of making the sharing come to life. What I particularly find fascinating is this one particular hashtag that has been floating around the internet for the last 4 or 5 years, which is check your privilege. I know it sounds like a very woke millennial thing to do because this has become the new Godwin's law, right? Like there used to be a time on discussion forums when you ended conversation when somebody called you a Nazi. Like the minute somebody said that, you're like, okay, the conversation's now officially over. This has become the new Godwin's law. Like the minute somebody says hashtag check your privilege, you're like, okay, we're done now. We can now go and do our own particular thing. But I'm particularly interested in the appearance of this hashtag within social media platforms because they pretend that sharing is apolitical. They pretend that sharing, because it is apolitical, can in fact be performed by algorithms of particular kind. And I'm more interested in thinking through and understanding what algorithmic sharing really means and how do we understand the conditions within which the sharing happens, the bodies that get to legitimately share, and what Jenna Ung calls the algorithmic turn as opposed to the algorithmic practice, right? So I'm not interested in looking at the algorithms itself, but our turn towards algorithms pretending that they are going to be the new saviors, which are going to share more equitably. And I'm going to do it by telling you 3 brief stories. And my first exhibit A is in fact an image you cannot see because the video is not loading, but it is you can imagine that it exists. It is the picture of the youngest criminal on the internet. His name is Holden Lenz. He was sued by Sony MGM for $1.5 million, and he was 13 months old when that happened. And it all happened because Holden, who was sitting in the kitchen, he was actually running around in the kitchen where his mom was cooking dinner, started dancing to a soundtrack. So Stephanie Lenz, Holden's mother, picked out her phone, made a video of Holden dancing. It's like a 30-second clip, and then she put it onto YouTube. Now, if you actually look at the clip, you realize that you can't hear anything that's happening within that space. But she got a copyright infringement takedown notice, which took down her video, because somewhere in the background there was a radio playing, and it was playing the soundtrack of Prince's Let's Go Crazy, which is apparently Holden's vibe, right? He's dancing to that. So Stephanie thought it must have been a mistake. She uploaded the video again, and this time not only was the video taken down, but she also got a notice of $1.5 million, with Holden Lenz, whose name is in the title, being framed as one of the persons who's guilty of copyright infringement, right? So I just want to kind of leave this with you in terms of thinking through what algorithms really do. Excuse me. Because anybody who reads that video or sees it is unable to identify the track within that. But YouTube's algorithms, which are actually trained only to look at certain kind of pattern recognition, not the baby dancing, not the joy of it, not the fact that it's being shared with the parents and the grandparents and so on, but the fact that there are frequency mechanisms within that video which resonate with Prince's Let's Go Crazy, is doing a sound pattern recognition that's no longer human verified. Right? If the algorithm did not tell you that that's the song that's playing in the background, you wouldn't have known about it. So that's like the first story I want to leave you with. My second point is really about, the PowerPoint has stopped. Okay, that was Holden, so we could see it. All right. The second point is really about the universal myth of sharing and how the story of sharing algorithms is actually the story of punishment. And this is one of my favorite stories from my homeland in India, but also my home state. So my first language is Gujarati. It's a tiny language, about 80 million people speak it. Yeah, sometimes it's good to remind ourselves what scales actually look like. And this is the story of Ashwini Bhatt. Ashwini Bhatt is a translator who translates like really racy paperback novels from English into Gujarati. And his claim to fame is that, and for Germans this must be very familiar, right? Because you of course don't know what Brad Pitt really sounds like. You only know what the German translator sounds like. So similarly, Ashwini Bhatt was the sound of Earl Stanley Gardner, right? Who writes this completely B-grade, trashy paperback novels, but translated them very prolifically. So much so, and he was such a prolific translator that one day he ran out of Gardner novels to translate. So then he tried other kinds of novelists, right? Like he tried Sidney Sheldon, he tried John Grisham, but all of them flopped. It looked like Butt was one voice only, and that was the voice of Earl Stanley Gardner. So now comes the strangeness. Because he ran out of novels to translate, he did this other sorts of translations. So this is what his novels would look like. It's written in Gujarati. The game is up. John Gardner, translator Ashwini Bhatt. So he tried these other authors. It didn't work out. So he just went back to Gardner and he translated 14 more novels. And like they were huge hits, right? Each one is like a mega seller. And then the strangeness comes in because Bhatt has now officially translated more novels by Gardner than Gardner has written. Because when he ran out of novels to translate, he just started continuing producing new and original fiction. And he just said it's inspired by Gardner. Now, this is where it becomes really weird and it comes onto our radar because the Earl Stanley Gardner estate decided to sue Ashwini Bhatt for a sum of $10 million for copyright infringement of work that did not exist in the original. Yeah? And they said he's copywriting a genre, not just a particular product. So that's the second story I kind of want to leave you with. And the third one that I have has parallels to other historic movements in the story of digital sharing, and particularly how algorithms are produced through intentions and regulation, and not through tech and infrastructure. So Seda has already age-shamed us, and I'm going to kind of join that particular thing. Does anybody remember seeing this ad when you were younger? Yes, there's a few of us, right? This is the first Mac. It literally came into the market as a creative tool which said rip, burn, and mix. This is the promise of the digital, right? You're going to become a creative entrepreneur, an RJ, a DJ, or whatever else. With the new Mac, the ad suggested you will stop being a user and become a sharing genius. The capacity to copy, to remix, to redistribute, to share that the digital offered was the promise of a Mac. And so strong has been that particular branding that till date, I work in an art university, and you know that every IT engineer will first want to buy a Mac because Mac is what creative professionals use, right? You literally have to fight with them saying, no, we want open hardware in the institute. So in the same year that Apple was introducing the world, by which I mean, of course, Europe and North America, to the joys of digital sharing, there was a concentrated lobbying by the American trade bodies to crack down on the pirate markets in India. Right, as one of the quickly growing market base for cheap and knockoff digital cultural production, India had easily become, by 2005, a space where entrepreneurs had produced their own products of remixed innovation. So from fake digital software to remixed and pirated discs, the market was thriving. However, the music and film industry of America, which literally spells out mafia, without any sense of irony, negotiated with the Indian government as a part of its trade treaties that the government shall enforce strong laws to stop the Indian population from ripping, burning, and mixing of digital content. And to make their point very strongly, they put onto the table the rights to reverse engineer a drug to cure malaria. In a country where malaria is the third largest cause of death, having affordable access to cheap medication is important, and the mafia lobby held the rights to the drug hostage until the Indian government actually insisted or cracked down on the piracy markets and saying that the Indian digital user will not be allowed to share and rip and burn and mix like the American counterpart Mac user. So these are all stories that bring to the fore the very simple fact that is often forgotten in talking about algorithmic sharing. That sharing is not necessarily a happy and a smooth process. That sharing algorithms are not radical or subversive, but that they are in fact allowing the very structures of profit to expand their fold upon different resources. Not everybody who shares is allowed to be a sharer. We need to think not of sharing at the edges, trying to exploit people in precarious conditions to produce creative solutions. Instead, we need to start thinking about the edges of sharing. It's important to start looking not only at what is allowed as sharing, but to kind of crack open the black box of sharing and see that which is not visible, that which is censored, suppressed, and punished. And the question of the consequences of being a sharer are not light. Because sharing is a lie, because it promises to be disruptive and subversive, but it ends up playing to the services of the status quo. Remember that Aaron Swartz, who killed himself, persecuted by an intellectual property regime, was only a sharer when he tried to create an open archive of knowledge because he firmly believed that information should be free. So I want to end here by taking a pause. Thinking about Holden Lenz, who was criminalized for sharing his childhood, you can see it's the end. The hashtag has appeared. Right? So I do want to take a pause, remembering Holden Lenz, who was criminalized for sharing his childhood video, the story of Ashwini Bhatt and his acts of translation that did not require originals, and the geographical monopoly of Apple, where some bodies can share, rip, burn, and mix, and not die of malaria, in order to rethink what algorithmic sharing really is about. And I'm urging us today that if we do take this particular domain of sharing registers and sharing algorithms differently, then we're going to have to talk not only about finances and capitalism, but about the rights, the championships, and the protections of the bodies who are never going to be allowed to be shared. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so now you can hear me. Thank you so much for all your fascinating papers and your fantastic presentations. I have to bring down a very bad message to all of you. We only have like 11 minutes left for all of this that you have listened to at this point, because we need to stop in at least 3:35. So 45, excellent. Okay, so we have more. Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers again. It is 20 past. I have asked previously all the speakers to quickly come up with a comment to the other talks. I think we should skip that, exactly, and open the floor for the audience, because what we have at this point, and I think this has been brilliantly discussed in terms of the question of labor, of how it is possible at all to organize within this particular constellation and conjuncture that we find ourselves in across the globe. I mean, this is what you have raised, and in sharing very new forms of meetings. That means that you have to bring together, at least if, from my perspective, into knowledge production, new forms of cooperation that you have showed so greatly, Winifred, is we need activists. We need activists from all places in the world to tell us how, how their living conditions are and how it looks like, but not only from across the world, but also locally. We need computer scientists to explain all of this to us. We need humanities people. We need the arts. We need the social sciences, at least. So, what for me was the most intellectually inspiring and politically intimidating experience in confronting the matters of digitization is exactly that the stakes are raised very, very high. But one of the things that we shouldn't do is shy away from it, and this is why I now invite everyone from the audience to ask all sorts of questions you may have, things you may not have understood that you would like to hear again. Please don't shy away from anything, because if we grasp a little bit of what our conditions are with this panel in terms of Heimat and de-heimatizing things, then we can't be shy about all these tricky things, and so please don't be shy and ask questions.
There's one more.
Hi, thank you for this wonderful panel. I had a question. So I've been teaching this semester my comparative feminisms class at Rutgers, and we've been looking at abolition. So abolition of prison regimes, abolition of technological regimes. We've been reading Captivating Technology, just to let you know any, and abolition of gender binaries or gender regimes. So I was interested in what Seda said about abolition, and I was thinking about it along with the question of kind of labor practices, racialization, and then the question that Nishant posited about sharing. So I'm wondering if I would love to hear the panel talk a little bit about how we see abolition, because my students have been saying, okay, so does this mean we go off the grid? Do we figure out new ways of doing this? Do we kind of scam the system and hijack the system? Like, how does one go about this? And what are some of the possibilities that decolonization and abolition might look like, given what the three of you have just proposed? I'm Ethel Brooks from Rutgers University. Thank you.
Thanks. This was awesome. My question goes along the lines, I'm coming from the human rights world, and I'm looking to tech and human rights. And so I'm interested really into forms of resistance that have been tried, tested, and worked, and not only looking at labor unions, but looking also in the non-profit sector, holding power to account. That employs, for example, population management systems that lead to inherent discrimination. And any example stories, groups that are out there that people should know of would be really appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, so let's try it. Okay, so the abolition thing, I think, is in fact very inspired by probably the people you're studying. So I would actually say you probably know the answer more than I do. But we've been thinking about this, which is that I think my invitation is, to go deeper into the infrastructure, because once the systems have been invested upon, then it's almost too late, right? I think, for example, one way I can tell the Amnesty International, no, artificial intelligence, sorry, God, where did that go? If I would say it in a very technocentric way, it's the end of the Moore's law for chips, and so you can't build more chip capacity at the same amount of cost and make lots of money, so people are not going to buy new chips. So that's when the industry moved to specialized chips, and the two specialized chips that kind of won that competition, one is AI chips and machine learning chips, and the other one is blockchain. That investment was made not this year, it was probably made 10 years ago. Right? Somebody did the calculations 10 years ago. So how are we going to go after infrastructure, I think, is a very difficult question. But I think this is the question we need to pose. I do think that with all of the problems probably that happened there, I'm hoping I'm not too romantic about it, but I think what was happening at Standing Rock as the pipeline was being built is the analogy we need to be thinking about. And I think the amount of violence that was manifest there is also telling you what is at stake if we start questioning this stuff at the infrastructure level. Now, having said that, I mean, we had amazing visuals of Hong Kong protesters pulling down whole poles with cameras, which I think was symbolically very strong. And I do think now a bunch of international people have signed a call for moratorium to facial recognition. It's very interesting, like who signs what and how that starts circulating. But I also do think that the really good point that is brought up by Ruha Benjamin and many of her colleagues at Princeton is of predatory inclusion, which is that these systems want to include the marginalized because they can make money off of their inclusion. So we're moving from systems of exclusion to systems that include us at the cost of further marginalizing and eating us up. So in that sense, you're doomed if you're inside, you're doomed if you're outside, so there's nothing else but we need to call for abolition. So like, just kind of stick with it. And I think going back to what Manu said at the beginning of the discussion, we need coalitions, and we need to make sure we think very much locally and across movements as we also, for example, leverage legal systems across continents, right? Like, I do think that there is a lot of activism in the US that could benefit from some of the laws we have in Europe to contest some of the practices elsewhere, right? Like, so I think we have to be very strategic, very organized, very coordinated. And as some of my colleagues have said, what's coming is so dark, we better get our act together because this will require a lot of coordinated action because it is a global infrastructure.
I think they're both really great questions, and I think there's at least two things where I don't yet want to give in to the politics of despair. Like, I'm almost there, but I don't want to give in right now. And I think there's two reasons for it. One, I think the question of abolition really needs to be thought through in terms of geopolitical specificity. And I think this is an experience that a lot of, so I supervise in my academic capacity PhD students who are often situated in the global north context, whether largely in American universities or in European universities. And they all want to go to India to study, right? Because that's like the biggest case study of the next billion coming online. And I remember a German student who was very keen on kind of the anti-Uberization of our practices, who then goes into India and then keeps on trying to get information from Uber car drivers there, saying, don't you really hate it? And isn't this really bad for you? And she would just not get a single response which proved her thesis. Because in a country like India, where economic disparity is so huge, Uber, in fact, became the first kind of economic mobility indicator for a very, very large community which was non-unionized, which did not have any kind of support system, which did, like, it never even had a bicycle, and suddenly it becomes the owner of a car. And then she started looking at how different drivers had resistances and negotiations built into their system, right? So any driver for Uber in India is also driving for Ola, and is also driving for free taxi, and is also driving for 5 other services, negotiating continuously on 6 phones which ride he is going to take and how they are going to game the system. So one of the things to kind of look at is not infrastructure as this gigantic monolith which has the same implications, and also not think of all the people within them as without agency or without resistances. So we've been kind of fascinated by micro-resistance, right? What are the hidden agencies which are in the cracks of the system that people can exploit? And I think that leads to the question of ownership as well. The more you give ownership and literacy to the people of that infrastructure, the more they are going to be able to perhaps engage with it in more meaningful and creative ways. And I thought, just as a best practice in terms of holding power to account, one of the groups that I have been involved with over the last 2 years is called the Feminist Internet Research Network, which is organized by the Association of Progressive Communication, which is based in Sri Lanka, South Africa, and England. And over the last 2 years, what we've done is we have 9 groups which are extremely multi-sectoral. So it has feminists, socialists, human scientists, engineers, and artists and technologists all coming together to build a prototype of a feminist internet. Not using the internet as a way to protect women after the violence has happened, but what happens if you actually say that these are the feminist principles that we adhere by, and we are going to build code, infrastructure, and architecture which naturalizes this as opposed to think of them as exceptional cases. Now, we don't have a romantic idea that this is going to scale up, but what we do want to build is a prototype, right? To show the alternative and the possibility that's available in the systems where we seem to have presumed that algorithmic discrimination is the natural default. It's not. It is naturalized for us and made it into a specific set of things. So I just thought, like a plug for that particular group, do have a look at some of the work that's already happening there. It's called the Feminist Internet Research Network. Yeah. Okay.
We're going to share. Yes, this movement towards abolition has really taken a hold. And in the spring, I was at an event organized around the theme of abolish big data. And the keynote speaker and many of the speakers there were part of the group of Data for Black Lives. So it was a lot of these groups of ethnic minorities and low-income people and folks that were really affected by this data. And there were amazing examples at this event of local groups that were getting on the ball with their local governments and their plans to install this predictive analytic crime systems that Seda pointed out. And they were able to shut those projects down, like right before they were even, put into play. And so I want to give a plug for it's not too late. If all local governments did that, then, maybe there would, be some recognition at the other end among the entrepreneurs that there's no interest for this. But I'd like to also say, I think, there's a role for that. Oh, also I have another example. Thank you for putting the drone image. Oh, thank you. In your slide, because another example of local communities shutting surveillance project down is the city of Detroit and the city of LA, where activists got together and they fought the programs to use drones to surveil Black communities. And so there are initiatives that are going on that are successful in that capacity. The one in LA is called Stop LA Spying. They have a fantastic website. I recommend it. I learned about other amazing groups at this event, and one is called Our Data Bodies, and I recommend you go to their website because they have a publication called Digital Self-Defense, and I think a big issue is to educate all of us about exactly what data is being done to control our lives, how we are being recreated through all our little pieces of data that they're collecting from all these places, and they're making a composite model of us to make all kinds of decisions about our health and our lending prospects and so many capacities in our lives. So arming ourselves with information is really important. And I want to make a pitch for not only, taking things down, but also building from the ground up. And Nishan's example is so wonderful of envisioning an alternative. And I think that all of these activities we have to do simultaneously.
Just wanted to add a couple of things to that. So the drone picture was from the Detroit Community Technology Project. Oh, you said that. Okay, got it. And one of the things I think is about elevating practices. And I think one thing I didn't get to in my talk was that I do think that especially marginalized communities are the first ones to experience these systems and to be father to them in many ways, and that's why we see the systems on immigration and border and in India and in welfare services. And one of the things we have been doing is in fact to ask computer scientists to think differently by starting to develop technologies that are based on these kind of resistances. So we've been, for example, looking at Uber drivers turning off their apps at the same time to induce surge and looking for ways to use computer science to make those systems more efficient so that they can counter-optimize for these drivers. And for Waze, for example, what neighborhoods have been doing is people will install Waze on their phones and say there's a roadblock on my street so that the traffic gets rerouted otherwise. And Pokemon Go, by the way, I didn't go into that, but basically we'll put Pokemons in more, let's say, resource-rich neighborhoods, and so people will spoof their GPS and arrive like in center of Manhattan and catch a lot of Pokemons. One thinks these things are funny, but if it at some point becomes about getting a job or getting a paycheck that you can live off of, these things are really important. And I just want to
talk about computer science, the field that we're working on is called adversarial machine learning. So the idea is that, machine learning service providers are good and people will want to bypass machine learning, so they're the adversaries. And we basically asking computer scientists to turn it around and say, what if the service provider is the evil party, the adversary, and the users are the ones that need to be protected? How do we design these technologies? I don't think these are solutions, they're resistances, and I do think we have to build something from the ground up for a different world, and we've been thinking about like non-coercive computing, what does that look like? But I think maybe those two have to go hand in hand, abolition and building, and elevating practices, right? Taking things that are daily practices and systematizing them and so that they can be applied at scale.
Are there further questions? Bilgin.
First of all, I wanted to say what an amazing, amazing panel this is. Thank you so much for all of your inputs. Thank you also for taking the dust off the Heimat discussion and actually, directing our attentions to places where we need to look at. You all, I very much appreciate how the bottom-up look that you presented, but I'm curious about the state or the institutions, state institutions. I mean, the Heimat ministry in Germany is concerned with cyberspace security and has been investing a lot also to understanding exactly some of the notions that you were addressing more. And I'm just curious if you have also something to contribute with regard to that, not just at the companies that you just showed, but this relationship of property rights and sharing has the intermediary of law and the state, right, prosecuting exactly these claims. So whoever wants to chip in there. And thank you for problematizing sharing. I love it so much. That's great. Thank you.
Oh, this is like a shameless plug. Oh, we can take more questions and then come back to it. Okay.
Hello, thank you for your presentations. So I'm from Tunisia, and in Tunisia we have a big history of censorship and internet surveillance. Now it's better, it's okay. But there's still a problem with the LGBTQI community because by the law we can go to jail. And the apps like Grindr, Tinder, or WAPA, meeting apps, the only effort that they make is that they send you a message warning you that your country is not safe for LGBTQI community, as we didn't know. So how, how can we change that? How can we, because we are having a lot of digital security trainings in Tunisia since acts on the LGBT community, and people are becoming very paranoid after the trainings. I think it's very extreme because you have to secure everything in your laptop and your phone, and I think it's very extreme and we can't do it forever. So can those companies which created these apps can be influenced or to protect us without the weird message, silly message?
Hi, thank you again for this really amazing, interesting talk or set of conversations. I'm specifically interested, I guess, in collusions of like the state and private corporate interests. And from my perspective from the US, I'm curious about how you see the challenges or the kind of the fight around net neutrality, like impacting some of what you've discussed. And if you could just talk about that a little bit. I know it shows up in different ways in different places. Like it might not be net neutrality in India, but like what are the challenges around like even access when you're talking about the way that these apps and these different softwares are functioning?
All right. That's a lot of questions, and we have like 3 minutes left. So I'll, of course, resolve the problems of the world in 1 minute. I just really like the idea of thinking about statecraft, because many times when we think about what's happening to questions of digital protections rights, including LGBTQIA rights and so on, we often think of the state as an ancient state, right? As if that hasn't changed in itself. And some of the work that I have been doing over the last couple of years has been to, in fact, say, if you are paranoid as a subject, you are not alone, and embrace it. It's okay to be paranoid in the times that we are living in, because the counterpart of paranoia is neurosis, right? So if we are paranoid subjects, then we can at least think of our states as neurotic states. Because this is, incidentally, the first time that states are facing an existential crisis of where does my jurisdiction end, where is my geopolitical sovereignty, what are the ways in which I'm going to do things. And just as a very quick example, we've been looking a lot with the Center for Internet and Human Rights, which is based in Berlin. We've been looking at a lot of states of internet blackout, right? And the internet blackout is fascinating because it's not censorship. So the thing about censorship is that censorship is the act of a rational state. It has a regulation and a policy, whether we agree with it or not, and hence it gets implemented. Internet blackout is a state basically going into a condition saying, I know not what I do, and I don't know how to solve this, blackout. Right? And from the minute you kind of start thinking of the blackout and what the state is experiencing, it might be really fun to say, we are paranoid subjects and that's fine, but then the state that governs us is a neurotic state, and let's deal with that state, in fact, not as a rational entity anymore, but in fact neurotic, one which will collude, one which will leak, one which will betray its subjectivity without knowing why it's doing that. And that becomes a whole different kettle of fish to kind of fall into.
I will try to take the cybersecurity one in 1 minute, because that's a challenge. So I think what happened with the move to services is that the cybersecurity community moved to what's called game changer technologies. So they said, we can't secure these, we give up on security, and that was very much in line with, I think, political science, like the move to resilience. And they said, we need to move these technologies to resilient technologies. And I don't need to say much about resilience to a political scientist. It's very much about responsibility, putting the responsibility on the communities to bounce back as if they're rubber, when a challenging situation happens, like environmental catastrophe or war. And so that's one thing that I think has been happening, where what has become of greater concern in the technology space and cybersecurity is to make these systems available rather than keeping secrets. So there's a lot of transformation that happens with these new systems. Another thing that is really kind of crazy is the way in which optimization allows you to not just introduce flows, but also control them in an optimal way. And I think there's this wonderful paper, I didn't look up the author again now, but looks at the occupation of Gaza through Israel as an optimization project, where they move out. They no longer militarily occupy, but they just optimize what goes in and what goes out, so that the Gaza is basically just short of a complete collapse, but they never collapse, so there's enough supplies to keep it going, so that they can't be accused of a kind of huge damage to this area, which they already do. But so I think that's kind of the future. So blackout is interesting, surveillance is interesting, but what we saw, for example, in Turkey is that they don't black out anymore, but they just throttle the traffic, right? You re-optimize so that the Twitters and Facebooks and social networks are so slow that they're no longer efficient. So neither can you be told, oh, you're blacking out, that's authoritarianism, nor do you give up on your surveillance, right? Like you can still see people doing things, yet the service is barely there.
Winnie, would you like to go? Short.
The question about internet censorship and shutdowns, because I think it really highlights the difference between global North problems and global South problems. And I urge you to look on a couple of websites. One is called Internet Monitor from the Berkman Group Center, and another one's called openinternet.net, I believe. You can come see me if you want to get the right one. But both of these groups are trying to document the extent and the different kinds of techniques that states are using to reduce access to the population. And it is sometimes shutdowns, but it's also selective filtering and other slowdowns and a number of different strategies. And the extent that this is being used as a tool in so many countries is phenomenal. Like in India, they shut it down during election times, right? And they shut it down in regions where there's high activism, like it's this very focused, targeted practices. So I think that the global north, global south variation in this problem is something we should pay attention to.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the audience for bearing with us to look at the intersection of state investment and capital investment as an example of digital infrastructures. I thank you so much for all your great presentations and the responses to the audience, and thank you to the audience for great questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Manuela. Thank all of you for this great panel and these very important insights concerning activism, social justice technologies, digitalization. Thank you very much. We will have a short coffee break now till 4:15, where Julia Roth and Gabi Dietze will start with their panel on right-wing populism, gender, and creative reconciliations of Heimat, homeland. After that, we will be done for today, and we'll all invite you to the big opening of the Herbstsalon exhibition, because this is the framework of the conference as well. So please join us at 8:30 at Gorky's. And tomorrow, we will start with the last panel on what does it mean in action, hosted by Emilia Roig from the Center for Intersectional Justice. And after that, there will be the epilogue with 2 lecture performances by Professor Gina Athena Ulyssi and Michelle Higgins. You're all welcome to join. Please tell your friends and come as many as possible. We're happy to have you. Thank you. It's at Gorky, right? Gorky's main stage. Welcome back, everybody. We will start now with the last panel for today before we invite all of you to join us in the big opening of the Herbstsalon exhibition at Gorki. And please also come tomorrow at 11 for the last panel, hosted by the Center for Intersectional Justice, and afterwards to the lecture performances by Professor Gina Athena Ulysses and Michelle Higgins. How do right-wing populists use gender as a vehicle to catapult discourses on belonging, migration defense, or demographics? This panel will analyze the use of the category gender for right-wing populist strategies and look at how racist policies are being justified. Professor Gabriele Dietze and Professor Julia Roth and their guests will give us an introduction to the research field of right-wing populism from a critical, intersectional, feminist perspective, and then discuss creative reconsignments of the concept of Heimat. Please welcome Professor Gabriele Dietze and Professor Julia Roth.
Okay, welcome, and my gratitude to the organizers. Gabi Dietze will join us a little later, and she's doing the more content-based input. And so I'll just do the introduction quickly, and then we'll have Gabi here too, but we both organized and put together the panel. So my gratitude to the organizers, to Gorki Theater and Humboldt University and the BIM, to Rebecca and her wonderful team, and Shermin and Naika for putting this together. My name is Julia Roth. I'm currently working and teaching and conducting research at the University of Bielefeld, and I also organize cultural political events. And in close cooperation with the other panelists, my work has recently focused on gender and right-wing populism. I have personally worked on citizenship and gender, and global contestations of gender rights is another project. And also my personal focus is on intersectional feminist counter-strategies that we can imagine in this field. But the panel actually is based on our research group that we brought together last November for the first time at the ZIF at Bielefeld, because we were interested in, or we saw that there are many colleagues working on the topic, but they never came together on a larger basis, and so we invited all those great scholars to Bielefeld. The book is about to come out. To provide a first platform. Of course, many colleagues have for years, some present here, worked on such a perspective, but to really systematically address gender as a lens in right-wing populism research. And we're going to discuss also why we think this is an important focus. I'm therefore very pleased and honored to chair this panel of adorable thinkers and colleagues, and also sisters in struggle. When we conceptualized this panel, we wanted to depart from a conviction, or rather observation, that also builds the basis of our research and our academic and related work, that gender is no side effect or contradiction in right-wing populist and extremist discourse, but on the contrary, that gender is crucial, if not foundational, for right-wing populist logics and how they work. So there's like an obsession with gender in right-wing populist discourse in the current settings, the current polarizations. If we think of the newly increasing struggles over the right to abortion, to equal marriage, or the debates about so-called early sexualization at schools or sex education in schools in general, and also the debates on so-called anti-genderism in many places. So we think that it therefore does no longer suffice to reduce right-wing gender politics to a mere backlash, seeking to re-establish traditional gender orders, but things have become more complex and paradoxical. Right-wing populists, for example, use gender as a vehicle to catapult discourses on belonging, also Heimat, as we will see in our contributions, migration defense, demographics, etc., into the public sphere, and to justify racist politics against migrants with often feminist, seemingly, and pro-gay arguments, as we will see. Therefore, this panel is interested in looking at gender as an arena or meta-language for these discourses and how this is negotiated in the current struggle over cultural hegemony in neoliberal capitalism that we're all living. So in the following, Gabi Dietze will briefly introduce the research field of right-wing populism and gender. So because one of our tasks is also to promote such a lens, an intersectional gender lens, of course. And Birgit Sauer will then elaborate on the necessity of a gender perspective for right-wing populism research and on how constructions of Heimat are effectively mobilized through gendered narratives that serve a male identity politics. Gender thus becomes an arena for recentering hegemonic masculinity and for governing citizens in neoliberalism. Finally, Agnieszka Graf will talk about the current situation in Poland, where women's and gender rights are severely threatened by the ultra-right government. In synergy between nationalism and religiously motivated anti-genderism, this has resulted in growing polarization, fear and hatred of sexualized others, and a widespread belief that Poland's national sovereignty and cultural integrity are under threat due to a supposed gender conspiracy. But it is also Poland where we observe one of the most remarkable and strong forms of protest against such politics, as recently seen in the so-called black protests by feminists against the plan to abolish abortion completely. So I suggest, if time allows, to have the first round of presenters by Gabi and Birgit, then a little Q&A, then Agnieszka's intervention and another Q&A. If you don't keep to the time, we might merge all of the questions and have them at the very end, but let's see how this goes. And we are also particularly interested in discussing possible counter-strategies to this right-wing populist trends and ask what potential intersectional feminisms provide with regards to possibilities in order to mobilize reconsignments of Heimat dedicated to new and alternative forms of cohabitation, of conviviality, and of the social beyond nativist concepts such as Heimat. So let me introduce our glamorous speakers in the order of their appearance. Gabriele Dietze teaches and conducts research from a cultural and media studies perspective on racism, sexism, migration, and right-wing populism. She has for a long time been a central figure in Germany working on anti-racist feminism. She has also coined many important concepts for our work, such as sexual exceptionalism or critical Occidentalism. Gabi is a member of the Center for Transdisciplinary Gender Studies at Humboldt-Universität here, and she was, among other prestigious professorships, Harris Professor of Gender Studies at Dartmouth College in the USA and visiting fellow at the Du Bois Institute at Harvard University in Cambridge. She published on the events of Cologne 2015 and 16, Das Ereignis Köln, an article that came out in 2016, and on the interface of sexism and racism under the title Ethnosexism from 2017. And her last book, Sexueller Exzeptionalismus, Überlegenheitsnarrative in Migrationsabwehr und Rechtspopulismus, just appeared at the Frankfurt Book Fair last week. Our second speaker is Birgit Sauer. She's professor of political science with a focus on governance and gender at the University of Vienna. She's vice dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences, speaker of the research group Gender and Politics at the Department of Political Science, speaker of the research network Gender and Transformation at the Faculty of Social Sciences, and vice speaker of the University Research Network Gender and Agency. She's also a member of the doctoral school Mobility in Modern Societies at the University of Vienna. And her research interests include gender and right-wing populism, comparative gender politics, emotion, affect, and politics. And her recent publications include Constructing the People, an intersection analysis of right-wing concepts of democracy and citizenship in Austria, published last year together with Edma Ajanovic and Stefanie Meyer. And I would also like to mention her path-breaking article, Promoting a Gender Lens, since she was one of the first, really inspired us all. Gesellschaftspolitische Überlegungen zum europäischen Rechtspopulismus, zum Erklärungspotenzial der Kategorie Geschlecht, published in the Politische Vierteljahresschrift 2017. Agnieszka Graf is Associate Professor at the American Studies Center at the University of Warsaw. She's author of 5 books of feminist essays, among them World Without Women from 2001, and Mother and Feminist from 2014. She has been active in the Polish women's movement since the mid-90s, and her research interests include intersections of gender, sexuality, and nation, forms of resistance to gender equality, transnational anti-gender movement, Gender and Right-Wing Populism, and her recent publications include the wonderful article, or important article, Gender as Ebola from Brussels, co-written with Elżbieta Korolczuk, on anti-gender movement in Science 2018, volume 43, and claiming the shipyard on the use of national symbols by Polish feminism in the East European Politics and Societies journal. And she has been co-editor of the spring 2019 special issue of Science titled Gender and the Rise of the Global Right, one of the most influential publication recently also for our newly uniting research field. So thank you all for being here, and I would now give the word to Gabi Dietze, and hope we'll have inspiring discussions afterwards.
Thank you, Julia, for your wonderful introduction, and thank you for coming. So I get a start. As Julia has mentioned, Julia, Bilgin, and I work on a transdisciplinary project, Right-Wing Populism and Gender, where we assemble a lot of interdisciplinary colleagues, sociology of religion, inter-Americanists, cultural studies, anthropologists. So it's a very exciting project. I hope it will come through. In November 2018, we held our first international conference, Right-Wing Populism, Right-Wing Populism and Gender in Europe and Beyond, where Agnieszka took part and the theater director, Shermine, as well. In the next minutes, I will outline some points. First, I will offer some characteristic of right-wing populism. Second, I will try a preliminary answer on why the question of gender is so crucial for the study and politics of the right-wing populism. The third point will be a suggestion to broaden the term right-wing populism in order to describe a wider discursive shift to the right, encompassing the extreme right of the one side and liberal discourse as well. Fourth, there will be a consideration why Heimat has become so prominent in the populist concept. Fifth, there will be an example how intersectional feminism can counter these strategies. And seventh, I will try a conclusion about the entanglements of right-wing populism with racialized sexual politics and effective heimatizing. First, borrowing from Marx, I will start with the first words of the Communist Manifest. I think it's a good room for doing that. A spectre is haunting Europe. The spectre of right-wing populism. This spectre looks different in different European countries and is also at home in other parts of the world, for example, in the Americas, in India, or in the Philippines. Some features appear in almost all places, which are haunted by now some terms which are recycled in the research on right-wing populism of nativist ethno-nationalism, of hostility towards elites, of anti-pluralism, or the opposition to immigration in racialized terms. Other spectral attributes are context-specific. In Hungary, the government has closed down universities and abolished gender studies programs to impede foreign influence with a strong anti-Semitic influence, so I just want to mention it. The current and hopefully soon impeached US president tries to build a wall at the southern border as a protection against Mexican rapists. At the same time, in Germany, the term rape-fugees appeared. In any case, a common feature can be observed in all current versions of right-wing populism, as Julia has mentioned, the obsession with gender and sexuality. It's important to put sexuality as well. If you look into the party programs, you will find 1/2 or 1/3 of all the scripts are concerned with gender. Normally, it's not so realized, but if you look at the stuff, you will see that populist actors conjure up the heteronormative nuclear family as the model of social organization, attack reproductive rights, question sex education, we will hear from Agnieszka special things about that, criticize a so-called gender ideology, reject gay marriage and adoption rights, and seek to reinstall biologically understood binary gender difference, or to emphasize they are not really installed. Also, this obsession with gender and sexuality became an omnipresent mark in right-wing discourse. The majority of male-dominated right-wing populism research has not addressed this aspect, nor not addressed in most of the publications, not as the propagation of traditional gender order as modern, be considered as one of the major points for the attractiveness of populism, for instance, for women. I say modern, and I use the Sigmund Baumann a term of retrotopia, where he said, they are selling the past as future, which makes some old gender orders seem modern. But in the last years, more and more gender studies scholars had started the research field. Left is the book, our book will come on later. This is a seminal book, Gender and the Far Right, from Hungarian German team. Anti-genderism is a German publication, but there is an international of Kuha Paternot, which is important as well. This left one is a book about right-wing anti-feminism. The middle is a study of the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung about right-wing women, and on the left side you see Sarah Ferris, a book on neoliberal feminism. Right-wing populism applies not only to parties, movements, or organizations, but also to media discourses, narratives, and forms of action. Therefore, we suggest the notion of a right-wing populist complex. The widening of the term is motivated by the desire to show that the current discursive shift to the right contains cleaned up and normalized elements of old extremism and fascism. This is the stuff the AfD and their right-wing friends try to communicate. A widely accepted understanding of the political constituency as people united by a volonté générale and an ethnic understanding of citizenship. And speaking of a right-wing populist complex also enable us to include religious fundamentalism, and we do not want to leave out certain fractions of mainstream feminism called femonationalism. This applies to Ferris' book especially. Femonationalism. That partake in the stigmatization of male Muslim migrants and refugees as sexual threat to autochthonous and emancipated women. And finally, one cannot omit numbers of the liberal bourgeois camp in which considerable parts had shifted from the middle ground to the right in a kind of enlightened racism. Actual research, especially from Bielefeld researchers Andreas Sick and Beate Küppers, speak of the so-called verlorene Mitte, the lost middle classes, who shift more and more to the right. Now we come to Heimat. We have already talked about Seehofer yesterday, but I couldn't leave him out because he's so paradigmatic. And here we come to the political mainstream and the notion of Heimat. The German discourse addressing Heimat as an ethno-nationalist project from the center and middle ground of society culminates in Horst Seehofer's renaming of the Ministry for the Interior and Construction into Ministry of Interior, Construction and Heimat. We discussed it yesterday. The coupling of feeling at home and feeling safe in the video of the ministry, this is a screenshot, suggests that the concept interpellates solely citizens of German heritage who have to be protected from dangerous foreigners, thus creating the necessity of a Heimat, what will be safe again. The leftist daily, Die Tageszeitung, twittered a meme, or meme, making fun of the new institution with some allusion to the US homeland security policies. The combination of securitization and Heimat reveals the deeply gendered concept of patriarchal protection. The interpellation of Heimat as a soothing feeling, as Bilgin yesterday developed, additionally evokes the safety of the mother-child connection, the illusion of primary love. Looking through a gender lens, one could see Heimat at the same time as a regressive, meaning feminized, and aggressive, meaning masculinized concept at the same time, and I think there is some productivity in a gendered perspective to Heimat. The very principle of intersectionally deconstructs identity, who are built on clear-cut Heimat, because Heimat, or better belonging, in German we use the term Zugehörigkeit, is only one element of interlocking axis of oppression and of domination as well. Claiming Heimat can mean both an exclusionary privilege, but as well a political tool for de-heimatized people. In the intersectional spectrum and the current diverse makeup of European countries, belonging could be the nation you live in, passport, choice, or descent, the country you or your parents are born, or both or none, or feeling at home in the world, as Auerbach tells, and we have been quoted yesterday. Belonging could be ethnic affiliation, membership of a sexual minority, or religion. In any case, belonging is for everyone a special composite of different elements and sentiments, and could and should not be mixed up with an exclusionary Heimat notion, which is politically exploited. And this is the strength of the concept. Consequently, a group of intersectionally thinking people, NICA, is the name of the group, Nationalism is Not an Alternative, demonstrated before Seehofer's Heimatministerium during the Women's Strike March 2008 with the slogan, Ministry for Heimat and Rape Culture. The polemical renaming of the Ministry of Heimat as a Ministry of Rape Culture ministry indicates that German Minister of the Interior Horst Seehofer does not support anti-sexist initiatives. With the slogan, Horst not welcome, the protesters wanted to clarify that they do not follow the right-wing program of the Minister of ethnicizing sexism by attaching sexism to Muslim men, but attack everybody, especially the minister, who undermines the discourse of welcoming in favor of making refugees unwelcome. I agree, the message sounds a little complicated, but the entanglement of racism and sexism is complicated indeed all the time. I come to my last point. Racialized sexual politics, old and new modernities. Right-wing obsession with gender and sexuality is mostly closely linked to promotion of the ethno-sexist exclusion of racialized others who are constructed as endangering the reproduction of the white national body. The narrative of migrants as a sexual threat, as it was brought forward by the overdetermined cultural panic surrounding the harassment of the New Year's Eve 2015-16 in Cologne and through Trump's dictum of the Mexican rapist intruder, provides striking examples. These narratives are closely related to the fear of the autochthonous, I have no idea if I pronounce it right, citizens being outnumbered by the fertility of non-autochthonous invaders through which right-wing actors launch a selective pro-natalism, a term I like very much. It comes from Susanne Schulz, targeting particularly white women. Feminists, especially activists in pro-choice campaigns, are regarded as enemies in this respect. Recent transnational efforts to abolish or limit reproductive rights have to be seen in this context as a nice title of the science number of Agnieszka mentioned before, demographic fever dreams to save the white race. Simultaneously, but not contradictorily, a kind of strategic progressivism can be observed in the right-wing populism in Northern and Western Europe, which pits white women as symbols of emancipation against alleged sexually backward Oriental immigrants. This pattern is expressed in a kind of sexual exceptionalism, as mentioned before, invented by Jasbir Puar. I use it a little bit differently because she targets homo-nationalism, and I talk about a whole structure, which highlights sexual self-determination as Occidental achievement, especially for women, allegedly symbolizing the equality and the emancipation, and projects sexism on racialized others, constructed as intruders and sexual threats to the nation, its genetic makeup, and the national culture. The following promotional video, Das Wasser steht mir bis zum Hals, The Water is up to our neck, of the youth organization of the Austrian FPÖ, combines and visualizes the arguments developed before in a paradigmatic way. There is no translation. Maybe the translator help you a little bit, but I think it's pretty self-explaining and not very long. Wenn du online bist, kann man es auch aufrufen. Das Bild erscheint einfach nicht.
Das Wasser steht uns bis zum Hals.
Die Probleme.
Wow. Fang doch mal von vorne an. Because it's very short, you know.
Das Wasser steht uns bis zum Hals.
Die Probleme nehmen Überhand. Wusstest du, dass tausende neue Asylwerber nach Österreich kommen werden, während die Politik nur schweigend zusieht? Wusstest du, dass du fremd im eigenen Land werden wirst? Wusstest du, dass du bald arbeitslos sein könntest? Wusstest du, dass du mit 38.000 € verschuldet bist? Das Wasser steht uns also bis zum Hals. Die Altparteien lösen die Probleme nicht. Jetzt hilft nur noch FPÖ. Hilf auch du in der freiheitlichen Jugend mit. Komm zum RFJ.
Here, the emancipated white women, signified by a sexy bikini, is showcased as a kind of fetish against everything what's wrong with immigration. Rhetorically, she is staged as a subject, but we all see that she is staged as a sexual object. Then you see women with headscarves and praying Muslim men made responsible for the economic downfall and the alleged economic downfall. And here I use the slogan ironically as trying to de-heimatize white people of Austria, thereby promoting the right-wing racist narrative of the Great Replacement. You see posters reclaiming the threatened Heimat in combination with beautiful alpine landscape. And at the very end, the emancipated bikini girl rises from the water like Venus and leads the people to the right-wing party, which is shown as white, healthy, and loving the Heimat. Last sentence. I hope I was able to show how useful and productive Bilgin's de-heimatize concept is, and what we might possibly win if we combine it with a racism-aware gender lens. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks so much for inviting me to this exciting event. And I'd like to talk about masculinist identity politics, effects, and Heimat. And I'd like to make my arguments in 10 steps. So the first step we already heard is that right-wing populist parties do care about gender and sexuality, and therefore to understand their political strategy and especially the causes for their success, we need to scrutinize gender relations and especially the transformation of gender and sexual relations, of course, in different national contexts. The gender strategy of the authoritarian populist right aims at re-establishing foremost a clear-cut heterosexual gender binary with clear and differentiated gender roles ascribed to men and to women. Although right-wing populists modernized somehow their traditional gender images over the past 10 years, their ideal is still the caring mother and the breadwinning men. But most of all, they are aiming at a clear distinction, a clear difference, and a clear distance between the two genders. But contrary to this right-wing ideology and hierarchical gender images, and of course a male dominance in the private sphere of the family, at work, and in politics, the gender regimes eroded over the last 20 to 30 years, especially in so-called strong male breadwinner countries like Germany, for instance, or Austria. So while men are still supposed to take on the role of male breadwinners within families, within partnerships, they are at the same time confronted with their declining role within the family, but also with their declining roles at the workplace, but also in public spheres, and they are confronted with the empowerment of women. So my second point is that this development of erosion of, or maybe a partly erosion only, of male dominance creates a huge challenge to masculinist hegemony, and this led to the loss of, one could say, the male power of interpretation. And against this background, the radical right claims to compensate these male losses. In this vein, for instance, Björn Höcke from the AfD mobilized the fear of decline of forceful masculinity. And in the party convention of 2015, he tried to swear in the audience by claiming, we have to rediscover our masculinity. And similarly, this is a topic which comes up again and again. Similarly, Anders Breivik, for instance, but also the Halle assassin identify the feminization of Western societies as one of the main problems. So the populist radical right redefines, one could say, the systematic loss and erosion of the wealth of a low-qualified, working and middle-class population the dequalification of their lives through neoliberal labor deregulation, for instance. They redefine, the radical right redefines these developments as caused by, for instance, well-educated women and by migrants, by equality and anti-discrimination policies. So the right-wing gender discourse and their evocation of a crisis of masculinity is a sort of resignification process of neoliberal social inequality. And the radical right-wing populist promise is to re-establish masculinity and to re-establish the security of a patriarchal gender order in these transformative neoliberal contexts. The third point I want to make is that right-wing populism aims at contributing to the self-affirmation of masculinity. And this is what I call masculinist identity politics. And this, of course, makes authoritarian right-wing parties attractive for especially male voters. And that's why they are labeled Männerparteien, male parties. However, this form of identity politics becomes also more and more attractive for women. Women with insecure jobs, women who are exhausted by the double or triple burden of precarious wage labor and care responsibilities. So therefore, the so-called right-wing populist gender gap in voting is shrinking more and more, and right-wing populist parties are elected also by women. So overall, we can see that identity building is at the center of radical right-wing populism and reclaiming an unambiguous gender identity based mainly on heterosexual desire. So this identity is seen as a safety net against changing gender relations, against the transformation of work relations, and of course, against the challenges of globalization and migration. Right-wing populist mobilization of a traditional masculinist identity is therefore part of a discourse against the commodification of the everyday and for securing of the everyday. The fourth point I want to make refers to the right-wing gender ideologies working as what I would call, with Ernesto Laclau, an empty signifier. This means that gender and the gender discourse is able to combine radical right-wing visions of the people, of society, and of the state. And these visions include, of course, natural inequality, the exclusion of alleged others. It includes anti-elitism, anti-intellectualism, and authoritarianism. The empty signifier gender is not only a catalyst in a masculinist identity politics to restore traditional gender regimes, which is, of course, at the center, but is also part of a cultural war, of a struggle for hegemony, which turns the critique of neoliberal global restructuring against emancipatory movements of the 1960s and the 1970s, and also against the Keynesian welfare state, and thus, of course, against pluralist democracy. My fifth point refers to the scenarios created through interpolating gender, the scenarios of threat and of endangerment of the family, of the people, and of the nation. So the little man in the street is constructed as being threatened by the political elite, by others, by migrants, by Muslim men, by feminists, and by homosexuals. So by interpolating gender, right-wing populists mobilize for a politics of fear, a politics of endangerment, and of insecurity. And I think while mainstream political parties have been neglecting the issue of rising social inequality, as well as the feeling of dispossession, right-wing parties actively caught up with this fear of deprivation and of disempowerment, and actively create, of course, these fears. So right-wing populist parties promise to re-establish security. They promise to establish a sort of cozy atmosphere, but of course only for those who belong or should belong to the community, only for those with a correct identity. And this strategy includes fostering feelings of resentment against migrants especially. My sixth point refers to the notion of Heimat, and in the right-wing discourse, Heimat is a cipher, is a metaphor for this exclusive space of belonging, or better, non-belonging. And the populist rights, gender, and affective strategy aims at creating such an exclusive space of belonging and non-belonging. And here I show one, So this is from, my examples come from the Austrian Freedom Party, and this was a poster showing or referring to this exclusive solidarity or an effective community by referring to charity, to Christian charity, Liebe deinen Nächsten, but of course, for me, and this is, I guess it's Strache, these are only the Austrians, so only autochthon Austrians. So this right-wing mobilization creates a sort of exclusive solidarity, and this exclusive solidarity is somehow based on love for those who belong to us, for those who are similar to us, and it's based on welfare chauvinism and nationalism, but it is promising empathy and hope for the group of similar people. And the imagined heartland of Heimat remains, however, undefined. It's only referred to, but it's not defined. Here you see also a poster, election campaign poster, with Norbert Hofer. It was in the presidential election campaign, claiming that your Heimat needs you, so mobilizing for Heimat, but never saying what Heimat means, be it the Austrian landscape, be it the Austrian people. But what seems to be clear, Heimat is symbolized by the political leader of the FPÖ. The seventh point I want to make is that masculinist identity politics has been accompanied by these affective constructions of Heimat and of belonging, and of course an affective claim for recognition and for citizenship, but only for those who belong and who should belong, mainly the Austrian people. But I think it's important for this exclusive form of solidarity that this affective citizenship is, of course, related to appropriate national and gendered feelings. So these who are effectively constructed as others are therefore excluded through hostile affective atmospheres. And just to give you one really brutal example is from the municipal election in Innsbruck in Tyrolia, saying, well, love for Heimat against Moroccan thefts. This has to be removed, this poster, because the court judged this as being hate speech. But just to show you how the play with Heimat and the others works and how this effective citizenship, the effective belonging, is constructed. The 8th point I want to make, or it's just the question, so why is this effective strategy so successful? I think that these feelings and effects which are mobilized by the political right resonate with a long existing social structure of feeling. The structure of feeling is an expression of Williams, and this structure of feelings and affect is a power structure which is a way of governing people, and as I said already, it has been established over the past 2 decades of neoliberal governance. In our recent work, Otto Pence and me identified these new technologies of governing people, and we labeled this new form of governing as neoliberal affective governmentality. So we claim that neoliberalism has at its core the effective governance of people in order, of course, to dominate citizens in new ways which can feed into the neoliberal project. So, for instance, at the labor market, people should be engaged. The whole person should be engaged, for instance, at the workplace, but also in the public sphere and, of course, in the private sphere. And neoliberalism mobilized people's emotion and affects in order to instrumentalize them for capitalist production and creating new forms of exploitation of the labor force. So this neoliberal affective governmentality also included politics of fear and of insecurity, of insecure labor processes. And this neoliberal entrepreneurial self had to take risks, had to be competitive, and has to be successful. And failure, of course, produces shame. So it was really an effective political project. And the neoliberal state, for instance, needs active and effective citizens in time of rising unemployment, of cuts in welfare provisions, and a less protective redistributive state. So neoliberal citizenship is linked to processes of effective individualism and individualization, and citizens are seen as customers, not endowed with rights primarily, but forced to develop this entrepreneurial spirit. The 9th point I want to make is that this neoliberal effective strategies of self-entrepreneurship, of competition, and of insecurity have created masculinist affective subjectivities. And these masculinist subjectivities are entitled to compensate their own insecurity, their own shame over their of not being successful, through anger and through irresponsibility for others. So this neoliberal affective governmentality unleashes passions against the alleged unsuccessful and also against the needful and the alleged others. So blaming refugees and feminists for being responsible for losses in wealth, losses in security, and masculine strength seems to be a relief and a way of de-responsibilization in neoliberal contexts, and it is a way of re-sovereignization of masculinity by re-establishing dominance through anger and aggression. My last point just wants to sum up. I think that the emergence of the radical right, therefore, can be explained by a sort of canalization of affect, especially of aggression towards an exclusive form of belonging, and the transformation of neoliberally produced anxiety and fear into anger against others. And I think this is a way of reclaiming agency and of reclaiming control over one's own lives in times when agency was, for instance, sacrificed to the neoliberal competition and risk-taking. Overall, I would say that the success of the radical right-wing's effective strategy rests on this neoliberal effective governmentality, which became the general mode of governing people in the last 20 years. Thank you.
Since we are a bit over time, I would directly ask Agnieszka Kraft to the stage and then have a Q&A for all three contributions in the very end.
Thank you. I would like to start by thanking those who brought me here, and that's both the organizers of this wonderful event and Gabi Dietze, who's sort of been my mentor in this last year on matters of gender and populism. Before I start, I would like to extend my invitation to Poland for anyone who's interested in gender and right-wing populism. It's really the place to go. I have found in the last few years that whenever I make an effort to analyze something with precision and, suggest the hidden meanings, the right wing produces something which makes my research completely old and just obvious. It's right out there. So 2 years ago, I basically made this elaborate argument that what the right really means when they say gender is a kind of framework of colonization and invasion of the West into the East for a purpose that I will soon reveal to you. Let that be the element of suspense. And well, what happened a few days ago, right before the elections, is that the right wing produced a documentary film about the threat of LGBT activism in Poland. And guess what the title is? It's Invasion. I will show a fragment of that film in a moment, but basically my dilemma as a scholar activist is that there's nothing I can really say that they are not going to say tomorrow with more flair and melodrama than I could ever put it. So I'm a little frustrated by that. Now, to be a little bit more serious, populist attacks on what the right calls gender ideology have gone on in Europe since 2008. Spain was the first country where it exploded. In Poland, it came late 2012 and took over our public sphere in 2013 to the point where gender was actually voted by linguists as the word of the year. It was the most Googled word. And if you're a feminist and you've tried to explain to people what gender means, you might have at first thought, wonderful, but then you realize what they really mean by gender, and it was a little less wonderful. And what they mean is chaos. It is an empty signifier, but it is empty in the sense that it can be filled with a lot of things. It's, of course, abortion, sexualization of children, the onslaught of sexual minorities, but I've come to believe that what they really mean by it is blurred boundaries, chaos, and insecurity. In other words, it's everything on the other side from Heimat and its coziness and its security. What they mean by gender is chaos. As with anti-gender campaigns everywhere, the origins can be traced to Catholic institutions. The Vatican started its anti-gender campaigning in the mid-90s around the time that the UN decided to include the term gender and include the idea that gender is a construct in its documents. So there were two key conferences, Mexico Conference on Population and the Beijing Conference on women's rights, and the Vatican basically made a statement that they want to oppose the use of the word. But it took over a decade for this to explode into a full-blown political campaign, and a few years more for the right wing to catch on that this might be an effective political tool. And I think Poland is such a wonderful place to study it, unless you get scared and then you don't want to study it anymore. As Polish scholars increasingly are doing. There's been a kind of tendency to leave the research field for one's own safety. So as Polish scholars are increasingly aware, there is a kind of uncanny chronological coherence between anti-gender campaigns and electoral campaigns. In other words, anti-genderism, which starts as a religious project, becomes a strictly political project. Through the stirring up of cultural panics about gender as pedophilia, as you will see in a moment, and also a nationalist panic about invasion, infection, destruction of Polish cultural integrity, the right wing has managed to win or close to win several elections. And this is where I want to show you a little bit of this film. So the film was aired on the 10th of October, 2 days before the elections, by the information channel of Polish public TV, and I should say so-called public, because it's really completely dominated now by the government. Now, to call this documentary a documentary is clearly wrong, and to call it biased would be a ridiculous understatement. It's basically crude anti-gay propaganda in the service of the populist right. The convention, as you will see, is investigative journalism. In other words, and this part I'm not showing you, there's a lot of candid camera work. They actually entered an LGBTQ organization. There are clips of sexual educators speaking about their secret plan to educate Polish children by trickery. Their eyes are covered. So basically what is being suggested is that this is a criminal endeavor. And the terrifying truth that is discovered is that LGBT rights are a foreign force, mostly German, as you will discover, a dangerous ideology in process of invading Poland. And listen to the music. It's really, great marching music. Huge amounts of money are behind it, and it is a secret plan to destroy Poland's identity as a traditional Catholic nation. Okay, let's see it.
Lud maszerował tak, jak go będą prowadzili ci oświeceni.
Ci oświeceni mentorzy często wzorują się na metodach i efektach tęczowej rewolucji, która przetoczyła się przez Zachód.
Osoba uważna na pewno zauważy, że w Europie Zachodniej to, co się tam wydarzyło przez ostatnie 20, powiedzmy, lat wokół tego tematu, teraz próbuje wydarzyć się w Polsce.
Poza Polską wojna o poszerzenie przestrzeni publicznej dla mniejszości seksualnych wkroczyła w kolejny etap. Po zdobyciu przywileju dla tzw. małżeństw homoseksualnych, po zagwarantowaniu sobie prawa do adopcji dzieci przez jednopłciowe pary, przyszła pora na następny krok. Pojawiają się organizacje, które coraz śmielej domagają się, by za normę uznać pedofilię.
Każdy następny bodziec musi być silniejszy od poprzedniego. W którymś momencie nudzą się...
Okay, so basically the logic is one a declension narrative, a slippery slope. This is a strategy, by the way, that the so-called moral majority in the United States has employed way before it started in Europe throughout the 80s, this idea that sexual education introduces pornography to children and preparing them to become willing victims of pedophiles. So from gay marriage to adoption to pedo-pride. It's a slippery slope, and we have to protect ourselves. And this idea of boundary building, Poland has to bolster its boundaries before this onslaught of horrors, really, and protect our children. The speakers in the film, interestingly, are all men. I was surprised by that. They've done better than that before. They used to employ young, pretty women, but all men, mostly older men. And they are not politicians, even though it is the day before elections. They are ultra-conservative journalists and academics who have been asked to interpret, to comment on the findings of the investigative journalists from public television. So their arguments and the tone, the melodramatic tone, is quite familiar to anyone who studies anti-gender campaigns, except it's more of the same. It is groups like the World Congress of Families, One of Us, Agenda Europe, or Ordo Iuris, which is an Eastern European arm of a Brazil-based consortium called Tradition, Family and Property. So these groups, which are extremely well funded, very well networked, very much present on the internet. If you want to explore, I would recommend the platform Citizen Go, which has 10 million users worldwide, and they're very good at petitioning against all sorts of things. So they provide the arguments and the imagery. And yet the political film of the political purpose of the film, the electoral politics purpose of the film is self-evident to anyone in Poland. It's funded by the government, it's aired on public television just before the elections, and it has a very simple purpose: to boost law and justice electoral results. Now, did it work? Of course, we won't know. What we do know is that over a third of Polish population now believes that there is such a thing as a gender conspiracy. This is a study done with quite large numbers of people questioned. And there are other studies that show that over the last decade, homophobia in Poland has actually fallen quite significantly. A decade ago, we had about 10% acceptance of sexual non-normativity of various kinds, and now we have about 30%. So it's not like homophobia has been growing and they're just using that growth. They're actually fanning the base. They are using the aggression that is out there, emboldening it, making it into a kind of patriotic standard and cause. Scholars of populism have been resistant to the idea that anti-gender campaigns are something that they should study. They haven't really been looking at them that much. There is a growing number of scholars of anti-gender campaigns who are trying to address their work to the students of populism, and there is a problem on the other side. A lot of people looking at the anti-gender campaigns think that they are primarily a religious phenomenon, a political strategy of the Vatican, which has been extended, which uses political parties, but it's primarily religious. I don't think so, and maybe this has something to do with living in Eastern Europe, where the collusion between these two groups has been so intense. So trying to understand the logic of collaboration between the right-wing populists, the politicians, and the religious ultra-conservatives, and sometimes they really are the same people, frankly. We came up, this is Elżbieta Korolczuk, with whom I'm collaborating, and myself, we came up with this term, opportunistic synergy. What this means is that they maintain their identity, but they are helping each other achieve their goals. And the deal made is in flux, it's dynamic, but it keeps returning. It's always the same deal. So what is the deal? Scholarship on populism tells us that populism is generally a thin-centered ideology. In other words, the content might change depending on context. What remains stable is the anti-pluralism and the opposition between corrupt elites and innocent, abandoned people. The little man that was mentioned several times in the previous panels. And also the tendency to reverse the victim-perpetrator opposition, in other words, to scapegoat minorities, claiming that they are actually those in power. Now, that's not enough to build a political agenda on. You need some more content than just the hatred of the other. You have to name the other. You have to have something specific to blame the other for. Now, anti-genderism provides the ammunition. It provides parties like Law and Justice in Poland, AfD in Germany, Vox in Spain, Lega in Italy. And interestingly, in Italy, the anti-genderists tried to set up their own party, and it failed. It seems that anti-genderism thrives better by allowing its ideas to flow to right-wing parties than by establishing its own right-wing parties. So anti-genderism provides a thick ideological content and emotional appeal. The homeland can be equated with the traditional family, and what could be better than presenting yourself as defenders of the traditional family? Feminists and LGBT groups can be othered and demonized and scapegoated as a threat to children and enemies of the nation. And the ammunition is quite concrete. For instance, Ordo Iuris, the group, the most active group in Poland, has put together this package of accusations against the World Health Organization, so that allegedly the World Health Organization standards on sexual education involve teaching preschoolers to masturbate. And of course, it's a lie, but it's a lie based on a particular document which their lawyers studied. And so they have quotes taken out of context, which can then be used by right-wing politicians in their electoral campaigns. But what do the Catholic fundamentalists, or in the United States, the Christian fundamentalists get from the deal? They get political opportunity, support for legal measures, such as complete ban on abortion in Poland, which failed, but came quite close to passing, and we'll see what the future brings. Or the very recent, and this is a day after the elections in Poland, ban on sexual education, which of course is explicitly named as a ban on spreading pedophilia and praising sexual activity to children. And another very interesting law passed the same day, 20 minutes later, a ban on hate speech against Catholics. So they get the laws they want. They get the support for their hate campaigns from right-wing populists once they get into power. And that's why Eastern Europe is such a great place to study, because you see what happens when they win. Now, for several years now, we have observed a pattern. Gender is invariably announced to be dangerous a few months before the elections. Each time the opposition is accused of facilitating genderism's spread. In fact, if you look at meme culture on internet, the opposition is routinely painted as rainbow. So suddenly the liberal or left parties are simply equated with homosexuality. Now, the face of the enemy keeps changing. In 2013, it was mostly feminists. That's when we got interested. We were the cunning proponents of Istanbul Convention against violence, which was named by the right as the Trojan horse, the law that introduces gender into Polish culture. In 2015, it was the lustful Syrian refugee, and most recently, it's the gay man. Now, I see I have, 2 minutes? I should pretend I can't see this. So let me share with you a few images that show the internal dynamics of the anti-gender imaginary. First of all, the umbrella. I think it's self-explanatory. The right presents itself as the protectors, those who protect the children, the traditional family, against the rain of rainbow. And it's interesting how these images travel, actually. PiS used it in its electoral campaign, and then liberals pointed out that actually neo-Nazis around Europe have used it before, and they didn't really apologize that much. I don't think they were all that ashamed. You have terrified children. This is an image from an anti-gender website from 2013, and children are always great. I have a whole collection of terrified children. at home. You have concerned parents. This is from an anti-gender rally in 2015. Elżbieta Korolczuk is the photographer. And my personal favorite, on which I based my research, Ebola from Brussels. So gender is the Ebola from Brussels. It's an infective, gender is an infection that spreads. It comes from Germany, but it also comes from the European Union. And finally, the cross. This is something that really shook me up, I must say, maybe because I'm a recovering Catholic myself. Now, the cross may seem to you like a religious symbol, but in Poland it's a national symbol, and the white and red scarf on the cross is, of course, not an accident. Poland is the Christ of the nations. It is going to save Europe from the sin of gender, and you can see gender and LGBT as sins, the packages on the left of the cross. So, Lord, save us from the fire of disbelief, and the fire of disbelief includes gender and LGBT. And here are very recent images that actually got around Europe, so you may have seen them. LGBT-free zone stickers distributed by a right-wing journal with the hope that people would actually put them on their, I don't know, cars, homes. There was a huge wave of protest. This was right before the Białystok events, where the street violence erupted on a large scale for the first time. I was there, and believe me, it was pretty scary. This is also an image from Białystok. This is from Płock, actually. This is an interesting use of the child and the cross by the right. This boy was at first paraded by the right as just an innocent child trying to stop the onslaught of sinful LGBT ideology, and then it was revealed that he's actually a 15-year-old member of a right-wing organization installed at the city council in Płock, so not quite that innocent. But the idea is that, you know, children are in danger, and also things are so bad that children have to be involved in the struggle. This is an old Polish mythos associated also with the Warsaw Uprising. And here's a happy image for you. All of Poland protects its children from the Mom and Dad Foundation. Sounds innocent, but they're actually one of the most virulent hate groups in Poland if you take gender and sexuality seriously. So I think I've described the logic. The conclusion really is that if children are in danger, if we are being invaded, then we need to defend ourselves, which means that violence is being justified. And the next step, and I think it's already happening, those two laws that I mentioned, is that the authoritarian state simply needs to step in to defend the children. So we are on the brink of something really scary happening. And my question, and I hope you'll address it, is why aren't we calling this fascism? What happens when we do? The De-heimatize Conference has an equivalent in Warsaw. It's called the Anti-Fascist Year, although the organizers keep debating on whether fascism is quite the right word or maybe not quite yet. Are we talking history? Are we talking continuities? Or are we simply talking fascism? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Agnieszka, and all the panelists. Yeah, super. We will soon open the floor to Q&A, including the audience. So I think all your contributions have shown very illustratively different examples of the centrality of gender and sexuality in right-wing populist discourse, right? How it effectively serves to mobilize potential followers, also through what Gabi called dynamic paradoxes, since it's not always as clear, but also how gender and sexuality serves in order to transfer discourses over distribution and insecurity to the gender level and to different realms, and build a form of effective governmentality, as Bilgin says, and also this opportunistic synergy formed on the basis of anti-genderism that you refer to, based on the example from Poland, but that we see in many places, right? I study a bit on the Americas, and in Latin America you see that too, how different actors, very different actors from religious and political and other societal fields unite in their struggle against gender ideology, which is often seen as invasion or, as the Pope has recently stated, ideological colonization. So reversing the victim discourse, where you really sort of also asked, how do you confront that if suddenly they are the victims, right? The Catholic traditional family defenders, and also how the threat to children, traditional families, and the nation imagined as a cozy Heimat are mobilized. So maybe we open right to the audience if there are questions. Maybe please say your name and try to keep your comments short and try to formulate a question if you have one, if possible, but comments are of course also possible. Yes, Ina.
Thank you so much to all of you. My name is Ina Kerner and I teach at the University of Koblenz-Landau. I found all the talks extremely interesting, and of course they tell us similar things. And in the last one we heard the role of the Catholic Church. The two of you, Gabi and Birgit, didn't really talk about the churches or religious actors so much. What I would like to ask all of you is how you assess not only the importance of the religious actors, but also the importance of the religious actors for some global consortia on these topics. The Taz, the German newspaper, had an article before the EU elections, or right after, saying that evangelical churches from the US had massively, apparently, financed right-wing parties on the EU level. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but in a way it looks like a super nicely ecumenical cross-denomination kind of power network is building up between churches or the religious right of all sorts and right-wing parties. So I'd like to know your thoughts on this and also what could be done against it, of course.
Okay, I suggest we collect 2 more questions.
Hi, thank you so much for your talks. They were all very enlightening. I have a question for Professor Sauer. I was actually very interested and could not agree more about this idea of this the neoliberal success and the pitfalls of, contemporary masculinity of the so-called small man or whatever within this rubric, and how they project that lack of success onto hatred. My question is this rubric of success within neoliberalism a new rubric of success, or is it just, simply a continuation of older rubrics of successes which are, within racialized colonialism and within ideas of anthropometry or whatever, earlier so-called ideas of who's successful, who's entitled, etc. Is this somehow new, the idea of neoliberal success? Thanks.
Which maybe ties into your question whether we speak about fascism. There's a hand up there. So maybe one last question for this round.
Hello, thank you so much. This is for everyone, I guess. Professor Graf, but also the others. Also, like the first question, in places where criticizing the Catholic Church isn't a hate crime, like I'm wondering why that doesn't come up more, because I think of the Church as having so much responsibility for all of these like continuing consequences of colonialism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And why don't I hear more of that in Germany and other European countries?
Okay, so with the panelists. Hey, would you like to start since you've been, or Gabi, would you like to start? And we can, yeah. You have to press the button. It's not on.
Sorry. The question of religion, I think it's interesting for very different between Poland and Germany. But interesting for Germany is we did have one major initiative on religious terms. This was a so-called Demo for alle, which was a copycat of the Demo pour tous of France. And I would say Catholicism is not so important as an ideological backbone, but it's a kind of the foreign ministry of all the populist movements throughout Europe, because they have very close ties, and normally they try to keep their national projects to their very own, but the Catholic thing, I think, is some kind of a diplomatic outlet. It's only a hypothesis.
Okay, Bilgin?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And well, especially for the Austrian case, the role of the Catholic Church is very interesting. Because first of all, the Freedom Party of Austria sees itself and all the protagonists of the parties, they are anti-clerical. So they are more in this National Socialist tradition of being fully anti-clerical. And suddenly this notion of gender came up, and gender built something as a ideological glue, as some of the Hungarian colleagues called this gender obsession of the right wing. And the glue was the possibility to go into alliances of these anti-clerical FPÖ right-wingers with conservative Catholic actors. So I think that the Catholic Church, to my observation in Austria, wasn't that present in the anti-gender mobilization, but nevertheless fueled some of the ideas and ideologies into the Freedom Party of Austria. So they tried to organize all these demos for alle, marches for life, the anti-abortion campaign in Austria. But this is was very low attendances, so these venues organized by the Catholic Church were not that successful, but this moved all to the FPÖ. So I think in Austria it was more the FPÖ jumping on the anti-gender mobilization, but then the Catholic Church somehow was a sort of supporting structure around it. But nevertheless, I would agree that there are also in Austria Catholic actors which are important players in the anti-gender games, and who are also in the World Congress of Families, which Agnieszka was talking about, interested and involved. So the question if these neoliberal effective mobilization is something new with reference to racism, to othering, well, I would say it's not something new. But if we look at the conjunctures of racism since the 19th century, I would say that neoliberalism is, let's say, a new conjuncture of racism, where we can see that different angles feed into these mobilization of racist affects, of racist atmosphere. And so gender feeds into this whole racist project. So I would see it more as a conjuncture, but nevertheless saying that the neoliberal condition is a new way of mobilizing and of reestablishing this racist and sexist conjuncture.
Okay. So Agnieszka, and this morning we also mentioned the close entanglement of capitalism and racism, so whether you can have one without the other way you went here. So Agnieszka.
Okay, I want to first answer the question of why don't we hear more criticism of the church, and I can only answer with the hope that we'll hear more of it, but also I think the anti-gender campaigns, the Catholic anti-gender campaigns, are in part an effort to counter critique of the church and especially the damage done to the church by the pedophile scandals. Hence this extremely important theme of pedophilia. And this goes back to the 90s. If you look at traditional Catholics in the United States, my favorite among them is Dale O'Leary, the author of a book called The Gender Agenda, one of the source texts of the anti-gender movement. Her thing is that pedophilia in the church, and of course the scandals started in the States before they started anywhere else, so they were learning to counter them before the debate went on in Europe. The argument was, it's not pedophilia, it's homosexuality. And so basically it's a kind of an effort to mobilize homophobia as a way to prevent loss of trust and loss of faith by the Catholic Church. I think there's a very important sort of internal dynamic inside the church. But I completely agree with you that, you know, the church has an important role, but first of all, it's not the same role in every country. And there is a difference between the way anti-genderism developed in Catholic countries. In Poland, where basically Catholicism is a national ideology, I mean, it's not a religion anymore. In countries like Ireland, where very fast, which was secularizing very fast around the time that anti-gender campaigns erupted, and it really didn't take there. It's fascinating how Ireland would be a perfect candidate for anti-genderism, and yet it's just never took off, because at the time the pedophilia scandals really destroyed the church's trust in society. But in fact, if you take a global view of the anti-gender movement and you resist the idea that it's a conspiracy, and there are people who study it as a conspiracy, you know, that it's all a masquerade, it's not a social movement. I believe it is a social movement. In other words, some of those millions of people may be fake, bots or whatever they have, but a lot of them are real people who want to defend the traditional family. So the question is, who are these people? And the answer is, some of them are religious, some of them are not. A lot of them are funded by evangelical churches, but a lot of this activity is also being funded by Putin. And a lot of it is also being funded from Brazil, from these defenders of the, you know, not even capitalism, but feudalism. So it really is a coalition of some of the most reactionary forces in the world. At some point, Muslims were also part of it. So yeah, they do come from all walks of life, and a lot of them are Catholics, but definitely not all.
Okay, just so we were given 10 more minutes, so there's time for another round of questions. Please.
Yeah, thank you very much from my part. Carsten Juncker from the TU Dresden. What I take away from all of your talks is an insight into gender as a sort of a discursive currency for right-wing populism, be it in a reactionary kind of way or a progressive kind of way. And I would love to hear more about your ideas about the conceptual status of gender in relation to right-wing populism. Is it an effect? Is it a cause? And what does the economy have to do with it? What about questions of distribution? Because this, you seem to be talking a lot about questions of recognition, to use these terms by Nancy Fraser. Thank you.
Okay, more questions? We could collect some more, if there are any. No, everybody's tired? Yeah, Bilgin.
Yeah, just a question to broaden it maybe a little bit up from right-wing populism. I mean, of course, it's obvious why you were focusing on it, but my question would be if some of the examples that you brought, I mean, the mechanism of playing out race against gender, etc., right? And the examples that you brought in Austria, for instance, also, you know, how does that stop at the right-wing populism? Because this was now very much framed on this, and I would just like to hear, you know, where the boundaries are.
Okay. One more question, maybe? Okay, great.
This is specifically for Agnieszka. I come from Poland, and as a Polish speaker, in the little thing you played, it was very striking to me that they used the word oświeceni, which means enlightened or Illuminati. And I just would like you to comment on the use of that word, if you would.
Okay, so.
Am I heard?
Mm-hmm.
I want to come to the first question. You said, what's gender in right-wing populism? Is it? I would say it's both. I mean, it's a vehicle to carry messages and to displace economic questions as Birgit Sauer has developed. But I think it's both as well, because the gender order, as we all say, has been challenged and in a way broken in the last 20, 30 years. And there are real desires for security within the intimate realm. And so you can see, for instance, something I call emancipation fatigue. Julia talked about women who are frustrated by the double and triple shifts because they have to earn money because the ends are not meeting. So there is a desire to get away from a concept of emancipation which is seen as a norm and an oppression. So I would say it's both. It's an area of displacement, but it's an area of society conflict on gender itself.
Birgit, maybe you can bring the economy in.
Yeah. So, well, I would agree on what Gabi already said. So if we look at the development of capitalism after World War II, we have different, let's say, waves or arrangement how capitalism or how capitalist accumulation and capitalist economy works. So, and what we label neoliberalism means a shift from or shift towards creating agreeable conditions for globalizing capital. But our argument would be that you never get capitalism without patriarchy. So when you change this economic organization, you have to also change gender relations. And this is, of course, what happened since the 1970s. So for instance, in Western European countries, women got more integrated into the labor market, and the traditional gender roles established after World War II were eroding. So you have new class constellations, meaning that the working class is more and more deprived, and at the same time you have the reorganization of gender roles, which you can say, well, this is interesting, this is good, this was in favor of women being able to get to the labor market and so on. But of course, this also created insecurity in identities, in self-understanding. So I would say, and this is then the point where the right wings jump on the changing gender relations. So instead of saying, well, great, we have all opportunities, they say, well, this change in economic and gender relations created a crisis of masculinity, feed it into the feminization of European society, and this is so the chaos, the end of European culture. So I would say gender relations caused the success of right-wingers somehow, because they had the opportunity to jump on this new organization of neoliberalism, and it feeds into what the neoliberalist changes came up with. And this might also be go into what you were asking, if this insecurity is only confined to right-wingers. No, I wouldn't say. Well, we have a lot of anti-gender debate by people who think they are liberal. Just think about all those who contest political correctness. It's a similar argument. They all feel they are liberals, but what they don't like is this political correctness of the feminists. So it's an eroding field, but all feeds into a new cultural and thus political hegemony.
Okay, thanks. I would like to give Agnieszka the chance to reply, since she also had a particular question, and then close the panel.
Thanks for the phrase discursive currency. I think people looking at these issues keep coining these new terms to capture what this term does. And we came up with symbolic glue, with empty signifier, and we're all trying to find how this extremely powerful term yet manages to be so internally contradictory. As for what the connection is to capitalism, I believe that unlike the earlier right-wing discourse, which was openly pro-capitalist and pro-free market, this wave is actually very skeptical of free markets. And especially in Poland, there's a very strong social justice element, or maybe I should say redistribution element, and we should not ignore it. I actually believe that anti-genderism is the right-wing language of critique of neoliberalism, that it is a way to moralize that which the left discusses in terms of justice and economics. And that's what populism does in the end. It is a form of political thinking which avoids politics and economics in favor of moralism, so that it can take the high moral ground and label its enemies as immoral. But I think that the neoliberalism is both the target and the source of this problem. They are really speaking to real grievances. When they mobilize parents, they're actually mobilizing existing parent groups which are trying to introduce reforms on real issues like the sorry state of schools or violence in schools. And then they say, but actually you should be fighting gender. And it works in a weird way. As for oświeceni, I think the immediate context is that it's used, the word is used sarcastically. In other words, they think they are enlightened, and therefore they look down on us, the dark masses. And so the viewer is interpolated into reacting with anger at what is shown as shaming. But of course you're right, the anti-gender discourse is at its heart an anti-enlightenment discourse, and as I'm discovering in my current research, there is an Illuminati element in it. In other words, one of the versions of the conspiracy theory says that it all started with the Illuminati. But I don't think this is what the guy means. I just think he means they think you're stupid, so you better vote for us because we think you are actually, morally upright and they are pedophiles. So that's how the word is used.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, the time for this panel is over, but I thank you all very much. I think your contributions have all illustrated how urgent this discussion is, and that we need to continue the dialogue and this form of research and activism and address these topics. So thank you all, and I think the dialogue continues. Bye.
Thank you very much, Julia and Gabi, Birgit and Agnieszka, for this wonderful last talk of today. I want to thank all of you for coming and for discussing with us. I want to thank the Federal Agency for Civic Education and the Berlin Institute for Integration and Migration Research and Humboldt University for hosting us today. Special thanks to the whole team, to Luise Böhm, to Damian Gamlush, Naika Furutan, Manuela Boyajev, and all our amazing hosts, Bilgin, Ayata, Julia and Gabi. And thanks to my team, thanks Kybra a lot, and Mike Müller, Mariette Minnermann, Antonia Zeich, and all the wonderful Gorki and HU team. I would like to kindly invite you to the big opening of the Herbstsalon exhibition today at 8:30. And for the rest who's tired already, please join us tomorrow on Gorki's main stage for the panel 4, hosted by the Center for Intersectional Justice and the epilogue of the conference. Thank you all very much and have a good evening.